your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase.
Easy come, easy it goes. It might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down, no, no, ice cold.
Yo. Yo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Those supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life, so fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender till you're through, put up a fight. Those supposed to be close were saying you'll never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. Gonna keep it moving up, and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Keep it minds if the wise that despise others' life. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do
My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. Tokyo.
push myself right to my limit. Studied my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my
Hello and welcome back to another exciting day here in the Oceanic Challenger League Playday 3. And gentlemen, it seems we've got our core all ready to go. No more sickness, no more illness. I'm joined by Cthulhu and Proto, ready to rock the evening. And Cthulhu, look, welcome back. You're full health again. How's it feel?
Look, it finally feels good to have the voice back into the swing of things, and honestly, I'm excited for tonight because we already had quite a few banger performances from a number of teams.
I think you muted in TeamSpeak.
Yeah. Muted in TeamSpeak, but my mic was actually still live on the broadcast, so everyone still got to hear it.
Man, I gave that hype intro. I have no idea what he said. He could have just, he could have bullied my mum. But look, Proto, you're here with us. We had a couple of interesting weeks. In fact, you're the only one who's beat on every single Playday so far, which is a genuine, a feat for your first season on. And, given how things have played out so far, is this what you were sort of expecting?
So far, yeah. I mean, we've seen teams sort of start fitting into those niche sort of positions. We've had a lot of interesting roster swaps as well, which have sort of led for some pretty interesting storylines in week 1 and 2. So coming into this week, I mean, things are looking to get even more spicier, I'd imagine.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how things play out, of course. And as we get ready to jump on into the leaderboard and see where we find ourselves in kicking off Playday 3. I mean, look, let's have a breakdown so far. Circular Spheres and Get a Grip, formerly Antic, are 6, currently sitting top of the table with 6 points apiece. Nutty Gaming, surprisingly, in 3rd. Altered Zelios 4th, Big Dogs 5th, 1620 Kings 6th, and Dynasty 7th with Altered Edge currently sporting a donut. And Cthulhu, I mean, coming into this stage, is this sort of how we expected the leaderboard to be?
Look, I'll be honest. I definitely expected a little bit of a different, turnout. I'm pleasantly surprised that Get a Grip Esports, aka Antic, have managed to push themselves onto the top of the leaderboard, and it's definitely a pleasant surprise. Nutty Gaming, yeah, look, a team that kind of came out of this with a very interesting kind of turnout, given the fact that. Look, their matchup last week against Altered Zelius was quite something, and it's more so a praise towards Altered Zelius rather than Nutty Gaming. But it was still a good turnout. But yeah, look, seeing Dynasty at the bottom of the leaderboard definitely feels rather weird.
Well, as we turn our attention to the matches this evening, Proto, we've had a bit of news about certain players taking the field today. Dynasty might not have, as rough a road as they have previously, but let's look through our schedule. Big Dogs versus Get a Grip up first. Nutty Gaming taking on Dynasty 2nd. 1620 Kings and Altered Edge in our 3rd place match. And Circular Spheres and Alter Zelios around it. I mean, Proto, anything here that you've got your eye on?
I'm keen to see the 1620 versus Altered Edge. There's been some behind-the-scenes sort of banter, I guess, between these two. So that one's going to be interesting to see how it goes. But another one that I'm going to be looking forward to watching is game number 1, Big Dogs versus Get a Grip. Purely just because it's going to be a banger, I'd imagine.
And Cthulhu, we unfortunately, one of the staples of this competition falls. Now Get a Grip, of course, no longer Antic. With Big Dogs returning, who would have thought this is the timeline we would have found ourselves in?
Yeah, look, it definitely is feeling a little bit of a curious kind of timeline for ourselves. Yeah, with Big Dogs making kind of that whole name as a return, albeit the performance didn't particularly yet follow as much as they would have wanted probably. But regardless of that, yeah, look, it could be an absolute banger of a matchup, and I'll definitely echo that sort of sentiment with Proto.
Well, let's dive on into our first matchup of the evening. Of course, Big Dogs versus Get a Grip. On your screens right now, Big Dogs, it's Sean, Culture, Mackenzie, Officerling coming into the competition, and Fakers taking on, well, look, one of the best teams we've seen on the rise in this competition over the last sort of 6 to 8 months. Owen, Face Cream River, 90 Jin, and Drifts now playing as Get a Grip LFO. And, Proto, some of these changes could be quite big.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, the roster swap for Get a Grip so far has been really good for them. I mean, currently, we saw, given their position in the leaderboard. But, I mean, the Big Dogs change for the emergency inject could be good. But at the same time, chemistry-wise, obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. Because making changes in the middle of the Playday is you know, it could be good. It could also be bad. So I guess we'll see how it pans out. Obviously, with not too much Tier 2 experience coming into this, we'll see how that inject goes. But other than that, it looks like it should be solid for tonight. It's going to be an interesting game to come into first with that new roster change, especially against a team that is looking as good as Get a Grip are right now.
And Cthulhu, obviously you and I, we've covered this team in their various different iterations. I mean, you know, all the way back Stage 2 last year, you and I were taking things over. And, I mean, is this sort of the glow up that we've been waiting for this team?
Honestly, it's a glow up that I don't think, at least I personally initially expected it when I saw the changes to the roster, but it's a glow up that is definitely a well-deserved one for them. It's a team that initially posed a lot of, or rather had a lot of possibilities. It was a diamond in the rough, but finally that addition of Drizzone, the addition of 90 Gen, it has kind of revitalized the roster, and it's a genuine pleasure watching them play. And look, I have to be honest, when I first saw even on Wikipedia as well some of the talks that the man himself, Face Cream, getting benched onto sub, I was a little bit, you know, a little bit sad, a little bit upsetty, but seeing the big man himself back into the swing of things and then being able to keep up with the rest of the team, that's just the cherry on top.
Well, we'll have to see if Drifts, you know, has finally got a grip and is running a 4 grip. But their opponents tonight, of course, the big dogs, coming back into this competition. A new name, formerly, you know, the Warriors. They've done the rounds a little bit. Mackenzie's back. He's playing for this team now. So, I mean, look,
as well.
Proto, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty interesting roster to see taking the field today. And, I mean, are we expecting too much out of the big dogs in their current state?
Look, they had a pretty decent sort of Stage 2 Playday 2. But coming forward, yes, Circulus Biz did beat them 7-3. Coming into this week, obviously, on the back end of that, they're going to be looking for a dub, and it's going to be another hard one, I think, for them. So maybe we see something, provided that they've done their homework from the previous Playday coming into tonight. But other than that, I still think Get a Grip are going to be looking pretty good to take this one again.
Well, homework is important, as is doing it when it comes to your opponent, and that shows through more than ever in the map veto. Let's get on into it. We go to Villa, Cthulhu. A map like this, who do you reckon it favors more?
Oh, I'll be honest. Look, for big dogs, I'm still yet to have my kind of faith reinstated in them, given that, yeah, look, they did manage to take a really convincing win against Dynasty on Villa. It was a 7-3. But I'll be honest, against Antic, it may pose to be a bit of a threat. Let's just call it that. Given the fact that, albeit, Get a Grip, LFO, are yet to play this map in this stage. Initial thoughts, it probably is going slightly in favor of big dogs, but at the same time, for ex-Antic roster, this is a fresh opportunity to, you know, show themselves off and to kind of continue their own crusade.
Well, Proto, you are going to be heading off for a game. Cthulhu and I will take the reins. We'll bring you back in for the second one. But look, run us through it. What are your thoughts? Villa, big dogs versus Get a Grip, LFO. How do you think this one plays out?
I mean, as Cthulhu already highlighted, Big Dogs have had that one Playday on Villa already, and as he said, it was a very dominating scoreline, 7-3. So coming forward into this, you'd imagine that Get a Grip have done their homework. They're a team that has looked very, very strong in the first 2 Playdays. So coming into Playday number 3, I definitely would assume that they are going to be prepared for what the Big Dogs have got ready for them. Because on the back end, you know, they led it through the veto. You sort of have to assume that they would have something prepared for that. So And it's a map that sort of allows that roster's play style to really shine. I mean, having that hyper aggression from players like Jin. I mean, we saw it last week on Oregon. He was just walking into the site multiple times, picking up multiple frags. So if they can really pinpoint that and start using that, I think Big Dog's going to be in big trouble. But you know, we don't know how the game's going to play out. But if I had to put my money on someone, Get a Grip are definitely going to have it.
Oh, look, I think that's the safe bet, Cthulhu. You know, we've seen this team go from, I mean, a team that could barely string around together to one that, you know, they've really made a name for themselves. And Proto will let you head off, or you can have a break. Go finish your dinner. Cthulhu, we jump on into the Italian countryside. It's Villa Antic now get a grip LFO taking on the big dogs. Will it be big dogs lit off a leash, or well, have get a grip got a grip on it?
Yeah, look, I suppose the ultimate question on this whole dilemma, as Culture already decides to chuck in a couple of, encouraging hashtags, but I'm excited. I'm excited to see what could be, brought out. I'm excited to see what could be done, given that Nook being banned out. Shout out to Wazoo, because he was the pioneer as well for the Nook picks previously. So, curious if that will really impact a whole lot of things for Get a Grip, or Big Dogs for that matter, given that the Danish operator has become quite a frequent one for the Italian map.
Zami, the first defense ban coming through. No surprises given how much she skews that defensive win rate on a map like Villa. You don't need to bring the bulletproof shields. You've got the Kiva barricades and a smoke ban from Get a Grip.
Oh my.
Here. That is very, very interesting. And it's going to be very, very telling as to whether or not Big Dogs can adjust not having that quintessential anchor operator in play.
Yeah, well, we're talking before about how how different could say the mirror sometimes be when teams already started adjusting for it back in the ye old days. Same could be said, about operators like Smoke, like sometimes Womai when he's being banned on maps like Cafe. So yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how will that really pan out, because whilst yes, taking out Azami definitely takes away that sort of flexibility for the side adjustment, I certainly do get to see a few more, I suppose you could call it mobile kind of setups, because with Smoke being out of the equation, all you really have per se is either, and by a long stretch, the Maestro cameras to deny the plan, or the Echo drones. Everything, sorry, my bad. The C4s as well, but that is more so, a bit more of a rudimentary kind of utility.
I think we might even see, leaning into the likes of the Goyo, the Tachanka potentially into later rounds. But, for Get a Grip to be banning out not just the Nook, but the Smoke as well, they clearly are coming into this matchup with a game plan. Owen, Coach Prone win on the Shotgun Ella as well, the FO12 in hand. This is about as iconic as you can get.
Indeed it does. Well, looking at the general lineup and play of Big Dogs, curious to see how their general approach will go, because Gen already managed to tag up Mackenzie quite well through the floor, what I believe is, and there's still already presence around the trophy area. But interestingly enough, a single person at the trophy part able to hold off almost a 3-player push feels rather interesting.
We heard the EMP go off. I can't quite say where it did come through, but already that utility starting to try to push River. Lucky to get himself out of danger there. They were trying to contest the bathroom, but with the Hibana Kairos there, means they've got to pull back now. Yeah.
Good as well covered by Face Cream to allow them that any sort of refrag to happen. So far it has been pretty solid, pretty sturdy for Get a Grip, as they're just waiting for the push to happen. And a good set of crossfires. I mean, everything so far has been almost orchestrated by them to happen the way how it does so far. So, apart from maybe Culture creeping up on the red stairs, things so far looking all according to plan.
The only noticeable problem I'm seeing for the side to Get a Grip. Jin has 2 and a bit mags! Face Cream spots him! Can't quite connect the shots, but at least he doesn't lose his life in the engagement. A minute now in play, and I think Jin is identified. No, he doesn't know there's someone who is left! And Mackenzie will find the first kill. Culture takes some big damage there, but we headed in the final 50 with a player advantage.
Yeesh. That was unfortunate for Jin there. Got a little bit impatient with his play. That ended up costing him his life. The rest of the team very much hunkered down on the site and looking for the actual push to happen, as the last 30 seconds are going to get real bloody.
10 seconds and the push will have to start coming. We hear the concussions going off, but it's 2 apiece. Make that a 3rd right now for Get a Grip. They take the lead in the FO12, already going to work. Fake is stuck outside the balcony. Owen will fall, and we find ourselves back in a 2 versus 2. 15 seconds to make it happen. There is utility that needs to be cleared out here, and if they're not careful, they'll be caught by one of those Grismots, and that's when things start to get a bit dicey. Sean, he's looking to push himself up. Drift, holding the angle. A lot of shots that can come out here. They just need to deny Fakers right now. He's in looking for the plant. Shot goes down. They can't go for it, and they have to play the time. They can't at that. Cthulhu, what a round from Get a Grip.
My oh my, it almost got out of hand there for them, but they managed to keep it nice and clean by the end of it all. Face Cream, yeah, look, had a really solid positioning. Basically the plan B for the plan B, where no matter what, he had the drop on both almost of the attackers, so far so good. And well, look, going into the trophy statuary, I mean, it's not a bad idea, and it is one of those secondary sites. It's just with the way how so far Big Dogs were going, Get a Grip will need to make sure that they have a very solid plan to just keep on basically taking almost a life at each one of their reinforced positions, because the way how Big Dogs were playing this was a rather, almost one could say, a ferocious play from them.
But even in the face of that, Get a Grip really played the clock very, very well that round. I mean, they delayed, they took gunfights that were designed to try and slow things down. Aside from Jin getting caught unawares in the middle of statuary, I think that round kind of went the way that Get a Grip wanted it to. It was rather impressive to see how they burnt that time against the Big Dogs.
Yeah. Round 2. Looking to bring us almost just about the same lineup from Big Dogs. It doesn't look like they really are looking to change anything a whole lot. Fakers sees the opportunity that he might just rush in and try to find a frag around the study area, but apart from that, for Big Dogs, it doesn't look like a whole lot of clean open opportunities are there, and that is a good so far kind of play by them, or rather by them against Big Dogs. Whereas for Big Dogs, they're going to be a little bit struggling, just as I am on a few pronunciations, it seems, today.
Oh, shot batted out there by the Prisma. Will allow Face Cream to get tucked into bar right now. He hears the drone. Will hear the Gemini as well. Mackenzie spots him, so they now know that he's tucked in the corner. He could be in a bit of trouble. The live drone coming through as well. Looking for the pre-fires. Culture, though, he's not willing to commit to it.
Well, already River does get the better of Officer Ling. That's a lion out of the equation.
No.
The frag grenade as well, not particularly lining up there too well. The alibi swing getting pressured from so many positions. Yeah, look, unfortunately for Face Cream, things just don't line up too well, and well, basically gets taken out scot-free. But as it stands, the rest of the Big Dogs, yeah, they managed to make an advancement towards the 90 hallway. But from there on out, they still need to clear out a whole lot of ground.
I think you take that, honestly, if you Get a Grip. Face Cream burnt almost a minute 30. They took down the kill onto Officer Ling. That was enabled there by his position. That was so hard focused on him. Looking for the swing, though. Jin knows that this player is close by. Clears out the last of those shock drones. Honestly, I think Get a Grip have a solid position on this site.
Yeah, and this is so far so good. Frag grenade out. But does get caught off by the magnets. Another flashbang in. They are going to try to brute force themselves onto statue already. The crossfires are there, but no, the C4 and the play with the frost drift zone as well lands a phenomenal one. And all of a sudden, once again, Big Dogs are being just completely clipped out. It's all down to Fakers.
Looking to push on, spots the player, but it's Drift to swing out. And yeah, it looks like he doesn't have a foregrip either on this 9mm. But I mean, that's again, Get a Grip played that exactly the way they wanted to. Burn the time, force Big Dogs in a position where they've got to commit to the push. And I mean, Big Dogs, when they did commit to it, didn't have the info they needed.
Yeah, look, not too sure what's happening really with Big Dogs. The way how they've been pushing, whilst the general idea has been great, but execution definitely lacking for the most of it. The last moment inject as well for Big Dogs, not particularly really working out too well either. Almost going for a few of those solo pushes that doesn't really open up a whole lot of possibilities, despite of Seling's best tries. But look, the break does come around for a little bit, as we do get to talk a little bit more, I suppose, about how things been going overall. But very nice and cool, calm and collected on the side of Get a Grip webcams.
Yeah, you can just see they're talking about it. They're breaking down how things have been going so far. And I honestly, I think they could feel quite comfortable. Yes, even though some, like, that first round got a bit closer than they would have liked, but even the second one as well, they lost a couple of key kills. They played the game the way they wanted to. They burned the clock. They played their objective, and it forced Big Dogs into an uncomfortable position. And I mean, how many times have we seen teams in that same position crack under that pressure?
Yeah, definitely the pressure certainly could be a big talking point, and I mean, not a whole lot of teams do manage to keep it up. But I mean, you look at the webcams, whilst the focus is there, there's also a fair few smiles. You get to talk about what could be improved, maybe what could be talked around. I'm definitely digging Driftzone's bandana though. That is, he's got the warrior spirit going there for himself.
Channeling the inner beast right now. He as well with his scrunchies on the top of his microphone. And then you got the old Owen keyboard battle station. The production line.
Keyboarder.
Yeah, look, he is a little bit. Look at he's one in the back. There's two next to him. He's probably I'd go change some caps right now.
Emergency cap switch. I mean, look, I gotta respect the grind. I gotta respect the hustle. And then we have 90Jin, who's just very kind of very simple in the background setup, which is also quite respectable. But yeah, I gotta say though, with the way how Get a Grip been doing it, their setup. I mean, for the trophy statuary, that has been a pretty unusual, at least, hold, given the fact that the moment they kind of realized that, hey, the push is actually coming from the study room, we have literally can just use the master bedroom as our own kind of extra expansion. And then they played it perfectly well. The crossfire that was initially set up for that push worked out perfectly, and from there on out, it's just, all kind of fell apart, because for Big Dogs, whilst their push is, like I outlined before, ferocious, they haven't yet really shown us any sort of, backup plans for themselves. They haven't really set up any sort of flank play, which didn't end up putting just about enough pressure on to Get a Grip, it feels.
Well, from the sounds of things, the disconnect has evolved into a full-blown rehost, unfortunately, Cthulhu. But I mean, that is not ideal either. You lose the first 2 rounds of play on Villa, and then a disconnect, and then a rehost. And I mean, yeah, potentially there could be talk about shutting momentum down for Get a Grip, but I think that works for them fine, because this just gives them time to fine-tune their setup.
Yeah, look, that's I think in terms of the momentum, I don't think it will yet impact a whole lot, purely for the fact that it's just also the defense. Because keep in mind, for Get a Grip as well, they just basically just have to chill a little bit. They don't have to really do a whole lot of big things. They just actually waiting for the actual, push for the actual aggression to come around. Whereas for Big Dogs, yeah, look, it is a little bit of a frustration point. Let's call it that.
I don't know. River looks pretty satisfied. I think he just grabbed himself a chocolate or something. Righto, you're jumping back in with us. The mid-map breakdown. We've seen 2 rounds played so far. What do you make of it?
I mean, this is pretty much what we were expecting coming into this, I think. I mean, we see Xantic Get a Grip playing it to the book. I mean, they have definitely done their homework. It's quite evident in how they're playing these strategies. And Big Dogs just cannot quite seem to get a foot in the door. They're losing a lot of these early picks. I mean, we've seen it twice now from Ling, just feeding into the beast, and it just makes Big Dog's job so much harder in these rounds, and it is ultimately now compounding, I think, a little bit, because Antics seem to be getting a lot more momentum behind them, and if they're allowed to do that, then, as I said, Big Dog's going to be in big trouble. But hopefully, with this budget rehost, I guess we could call it, budget tactical timeout, some things are said. It looks like the teams are talking right now, so hopefully some changes are being made behind the scenes.
Yeah, look, at the moment, it definitely feels like Big Dogs are the one that are a step behind in the grand scheme of Villa Cthulhu. I mean, if you had to, pinpoint one thing, what would you make them shift up? What would you make them change?
For Big Dogs, look, I mean, just having some sort of a dedicated sort of flanker would definitely be a good thing. Even just utilizing your Iana for those said flank plays could be a valuable kind of decision really for their plays, because they can push, you know, by themselves. They have proven that they have a good, you know, mechanical skill. It's the fact that they just getting so bunched up that once they start going through some of those more important choke points is where it just all flops apart, because it's either maybe it's the communications that just start drowning out, or maybe it's something else. Who knows really at the end of the day. Maybe unless we do get to, you know, talk to them on the interview booth, only then we get some sort of a glimpse of what actually is happening. But it's definitely been a bit of a wild ride, I'll have to admit.
Yeah, not at all how I think the big dogs would have wanted coming into this. But Proto, do you reckon this speaks to potentially how, you know, the gel factor, I suppose would be the way to describe it, you know, the familiarity from the side to get a grip at the moment, as opposed to big dogs playing within you inject?
I definitely think that there is going to be a whole lot more on the chemistry side for Get a Grip. They look a lot more cohesive. They have everything. They've got crossfires. They have obvious communication in terms of relaying information. Whereas you look at the big dogs, there is definitely a little bit of, I don't know, it seems like everyone is a little bit disjointed at the moment. There isn't necessarily as much cohesion. There isn't the relay of information. I mean, losing the line early multiple times doesn't obviously help with that information relay ability, but given that that is one of your droning supporting characters as well, Ling being dead the first 2 rounds within the first 40 seconds, I mean, I don't know what the play has been both of those times, but Lion is arguably someone that should be back, someone that should be droning, using that drone to be pushing out these roamers, because we've seen it on multiple occasions. I mean, Face Cream's been allowed to get away on, what, 2 rounds in a row now from this roam. So, yes, I definitely do think chemistry is a big part of why Get a Grip are looking so good right now. But at the same time, big dogs have shown us that on previous Playdays. I mean, Playday number 2, they look really good. I mean, a 7-3 victory against any team is still really good to walk away with. So, I don't know. It is still early in the match. It's sort of hard to tell, but either way.
Yeah, look, thanks, Proto, for jumping in for the mid-match breakdown. We'll see you back after the map, of course. Cthulhu, we dive back on into map 3, and I noticed something there a little bit while we're on the player cams. I think we might have a bit of, you know, esports doping going on. Face Cream's wearing the Dark Zero jersey.
Uh-oh. Hey, look, we all know that in general the esports jersey do give you just plus 5 on just all your stats possible. So, well, gotta get in all of the possibilities in. Also, whilst we were on the break, shout out to Chef Jeff, who's also typing in chat. So
Is he still typing? I
he's
was
still
wondering.
typing in chat. Yeah, Mans is still going. So look, prayers in chat that you know, he will get to type up what he wants.
One day he
One
will
day.
get the novel finished. But speaking of one day, not so long ago, we had a hero in the Challenger League, a man who went by the name of MT Jackson. He played a specific operator a very specific way. The shotgun pulse here for Owen.
Shotgun pulse, yeah, that's a big one. And I mean, the M1014, it's one of those shotguns that doesn't really get a whole lot of praise, but it is just about as deadly as one could really get. So, honestly, plenty of opportunities, plenty of possibilities, though unfortunately for Mozzie, about to get hunted. Yeah, River gets completely sandwiched there, lost in the sauce amidst it all, but I suppose good play by Big Dogs, just eliminating all that extra presence and making sure that they are nailing their own performances as much as it can possibly done.
Yeah, they clear out the Mozzie. That's unfortunately one of those nitro cells, and the potential for any drones being stolen gone now as well. But you look, we've seen a little bit of this in the past, Cthulhu. Teams foregoing the vert control for a kitchen dining attack and pushing horizontally.
Yeah, horizontal push could be a decent idea. I mean, as long as they are still keeping up the cohesion, that's all that really matters. Origin does see the foot. No, tags up to all hell and being called out as well on the drone. Not particularly looking too good. Mackenzie on the hunt. The Jackal is actually just doing some phenomenal work. The scan is coming around, and oh, that's a problem. That's an issue, and the frag as well. Jin goes down.
Yeah, I mean, this Jackal is just paying dividends right now, but when Face Cream's hitting shots like that, it really doesn't count for much. Unfortunately, Mackenzie is well tag heavy, and given that the Finker was the one that just fell, he is now stuck with that much health remaining. Jumps on the drone, knowing full well that if he gets in an extended engagement, he might be in trouble.
Absolutely. Well, already Shant as well, going in for the push. This is a very heavy addition to the top floor hold, but with him getting rid of Face Cream as well, that's all that it does. Owen is the last man standing. Push comes around. That's one. No, can't even get two. Officer Ling, though, finally does get on board as after 3 rounds of absence.
Yeah, unfortunately, all it took
Actually,
was,
make it 2.5.
Fakers being the bait. They do get themselves on the board, like you said. Big dogs pick up around, but I mean, it's kitchen dining. Usually that's the site where attackers will find the most success, given it's traditionally the tertiary. But now we head back to Aviator Games, and that's where things started a little bit rough. And you can see, Get a Grip clearly have a plan, because they're going back to the exact same operator lineup.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Definitely, look, I mean, the general idea, again, it was pretty decent with the way how they had things set up. It's just, I think it was more so towards the fact that it was just got a little bit too separated. Because when they play for the crossfires, yeah, it's all good. But in terms of River, in terms of Jin, Face Cream as well, they all got separated to the point where they couldn't really cover all of their flanks, and ultimately just basically ended up being shot on the flank. So, whilst yes, a setback indeed, and Big Dogs certainly are being able to shorten up the scoreline differential, there's still plenty of possibilities for Get a Grip to keep on scoring. Now, with a lineup like this, it did work out, per se, but it did get dicey, let's call it that. During round 1, Jin was the first person who got a little bit too keen, maybe, for the push, and ended up getting punished from there on. It nearly spiraled out of control, but courtesy of Drift Zone and Face Cream, it all kind of stayed sturdy.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see this Jackal's impact come through, or Face Cream. Does he have any idea? Culture is there, shots go out, neither of them will connect on the other. In fact, Mackenzie's the first to take a bit of chip damage. Oh, of course.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Owen. Owen. Playing a bit of a peekaboo. For understandable reasons, look, I mean, gotta flex that FO12 sometimes at least.
Oh
Oy,
no,
oy, oy,
that's a
oy, oy.
big kill. It's traded back though. And you're losing a Rooney for the Lion. 100% Get a Grip takes that any day.
Absolutely. Utility-wise, this is a rather solid dub. But the issue being now, Get a Grip need to find the solution against this Jackal. There has been an absolute thorn in the side because, well, if you don't make enough footsteps, you're basically locking yourself into just very up close and personal positions. But if you want to expand, well, you're revealing all your tracks to the Jackal, and that could get rather problematic. Interestingly enough, though, Mackenzie decided to not actually push, even though he technically had Jin basically dead to rights on that play. So, curious what kind of is the idea there, but definitely a much cleaner so far clear up of the defensive utility by Big Dogs.
Yeah, I think it was more a question of the support and the impact there.
Yeah.
What? How did he not connect there?
I think he had a hit on
Culture
the
will find
corner.
the nade onto FaZe. And unfortunately, that's another key piece of this defense off the board. Drifts wants to get aggro. He's going to reset the Saria gates, but it's the push-up Toms that could definitely spell disaster here. Nade from below. Culture might land this on Owen. Timing, no. It's, again, just a millimeter off the mark. These nades need to be crisper here. But you look, the back's against the wall. It looks like lines in the sand even. FO12 free fire, not connecting, unfortunately. Culture finding Jin, Drift, and Owen have to hold on, but Culture's there, finds himself a third. Prone win goes big for one, but at distance, the FO12 is, well, a bit of a pea shooter, honestly. Culture knows that he's close, and no, unfortunately, Owen not quite clued in, doesn't have a grip.
Does not have a grip, in fact. Look, Tech Pause may have actually done quite a fair few things here for both teams. Well, Get a Grip certainly lost the one, whilst Big Dogs definitely got some bite in them. Good play, at least from the core four, as they do manage to keep on chugging on. But I gotta say, yeah, look, Culture so far being able to nail those shots on a suppressed LMG out of all the things, that's a pretty solid composition, I suppose. And for Mackenzie being able to be that consistent thorn in the side of just any sort of defenses definitely is something that maybe Get a Grip were not particularly expecting / were hoping that it wouldn't pop up, because it's working out almost far too well, really, here, Panda.
I mean, the interesting thing, Valkyrie, which we're finally seeing here in the first round for phase stream, but also Mirror is available. There is utility available to be picked up by the defense to combat what Big Dog's trying to do. Given that, for the most part, it's a quite one-dimensional push, you think that utility could be utilized.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I'm curious how will
5 seconds to go.
the Valkyrie pick really work out, because to my understanding, the reason why the Mirror is not really being brought out is purely for the fact that Shunt so far was able to get his drones rather deep into the site for the majority of the rounds. So risking basically prematurely opening up the Mirror window, I doubt that that is something that Get a Grip would really want to happen. Weirdly enough, though, not as much of a ground floor roll, as it seems like Get a Grip are trying to circumvent the Jackal pick to at least some sort of degree or some sort of way. But with River being solo yet again, it poses a bit of a question of how much cover or how much extra help would River need to be able to actually hold on to his position pretty well, because he already got overwhelmed twice on his spot and without any sort of repercussions.
NZ. He's playing this lurk role rather well so far, but Sean is the first base. Where the hell is Face Cream outside?
Eh?
He sent it out Astro.
Alrighty then. Oh, that's one hell of a way. Mackenzie though on the play, and wait, no way! Face Cream wins this. No shot. That's how he does it. Oh,
He almost found himself a decent investment into the third. But I mean, that's your Twitch and your Jackal off the board. So all that utility that Sean has been responsible for clearing in the previous rounds, not to mention the massive investment in flushing out these roamers, is now gone.
That is a big opener though. Trading out the Valkyrie for two very big operators utility-wise. This is great so far for Get a Grip. As long as they don't lose out on this sort of momentum. Oh, Drivzol nearly finding that finisher as well onto the Hibana. That would have been big as well. Culture tagged up to all hell, but will be able to circumvent at least that fraction of that damage with the boost. But that is a big opener for Big Dogs now, as well as the defenses are starting to dwindle. Now Jin has to be very mindful about the Astro push as well, and that could cause a whole lot of problems.
The health, though, is quite impressive right now. For the side of Get a Grip. Owen finds Culture, and the health will remain for Fakers as it is. Nitro from below.
Oh, no way.
This could be absolutely
Shoot it.
massive.
Get
He's
it.
holding
Yes!
up, and Fakers runs right into it. Officerling the last alone versus 3, walking his way through Astro, and he's dropped the hatch. That is not at all how you want this round to go. He might try and make it look intentional, but unfortunately, I think it's the farthest thing from the truth. They know where he is. The shot should be connecting in just a moment. I mean, maybe he can connect something, but they know where he is. The shots are good onto Jin, but Owen claims the final 3 of the round. Massive stuff from the former coach. Huge
Play there. But a bit of a questionable kind of turnout from Big Dogs. And I don't mean to harp on too much on, you know, the most recent introduction of Big Dogs, given that, okay, he is kind of a sub. He doesn't really get to, at least as frequently, play in the officials with the rest of the team. But what was Ling doing in the walk-in closet? Because yes, holding on your spot is all great and all, but in the grand scheme of things, he wasn't really applying pressure onto the person by the doorway. He wasn't really there to be able to find any sort of, you know, a duo play. And so it kind of ended up being, whilst yes, there were 3 players of Big Dogs, it was just all 3 solo plays.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yes, sir. I'm seeing
Coach
a...
Owen.
Yep.
He's doing it again.
A shotgun echo. Hey, look, I mean, in the defense of it all, I believe we actually seen quite a fair few of the Supernova picks as well in... I want to say SCA.
Quite possibly. It's also a bit of a banana special. He loves himself a bit of supernova, not just on the Echo, but on the Hibana as well. Look at this setup. A lot of horizontal angles being set up here for the defense by Get a Grip. I have no doubt in my mind that Coach Owen, former Coach Owen, I should say, is going to do absolute bits with this. But yeah, I think you're right. It feels mean to sort of harp on about Ling and his contribution, but you need to be bringing something more to the team than just sitting on a line the entire map.
Most definitely. Well, maybe in the defensive half we'll see something completely different. Interestingly enough, though, Face Cream already has a hunch. Oh no, might get hunted down. Culture is just dealing damage. The man is just on an absolute just crusade to shut down Get a Grip single-handedly almost. I mean, you look at his scoreline compared to anyone else. The next closest person is on a 2 frag. He's on 7 already. And that is after the rehost as well. So he was able to put an absolutely ripper of a performance so far. Getting rid of Face Cream though, that is a big one. So is River as well. Feels a little bit of a dead giveaway, but oh! Ling about to get an absolute feed as Owen just decides to just swing him just like that and again scot-free. So yeah, we are staring down the barrel of a 3-3 scoreline rather easily.
Oh,
Oy, oy, oy,
jeez,
oy, oy, oy,
Jim,
oy.
what was that? That was an absolute slam of a shot.
Oy, oy, oy.
Second, looks for a third. Baker's down. Drip springs into the 2 versus 2. Ling on the hunt, can't find anything. They got the one last nano boost. And a 2
my
versus
God.
2 here, Cthulhu out of nowhere.
Out of
my
nowhere.
God.
Oh my lord, no way.
No way, Jin.
No way, Jin. Oh, Jin got shut down at the end of it all by Machine Gun Kenzie in a 1v1. Surely Driftson doesn't fumble the bag. He
Oh
does
my
not
God.
get a grip from a 5v2 to a 1v1 win.
Yeah, look, we wondered, you know, was that them losing grip? No, it was just a readjustment. Get the better, you know, tighten up on tighten up on the handle and go for gold.
Oh my
And a
lord.
4-2 half for Get a Grip. We thought, I mean, I was questioning, like, why are they throwing bodies consistently at big dogs? And then you remember, it's Jin and Drifts to hold on.
Yeah. Basic solution. Oh, why are we seeing 2v5? Oh, no, just Jin wants to flex it. That's fine. This is all good.
They've got the montage quota they need to meet to
Oh.
attract new orgs.
My lord, Jin, what? So, let's just start off with the fact just how otherworldly that swing onto Culture it was initially. Just to absolutely beam him out of just this whole plane of existence. And then the rest of the team back onto the chopping block. Oh, look, it definitely, that if we thought that before some of the rounds were tilted, this one has to be the one. And it was that much of a tilted to the point that Shont was actually forced to go onto Clash.
I gotta wonder, you know, maybe Culture has like a metal plate in his head or something, because that was magnetic. Like, it was just crisp right there from Jin. And Cthulhu, we kick off the second half. It is now Get a Grip on the attack. River not having the showing you would have liked, I think, from the defense, but oh, look, there is so much for them to be able to pull off here.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of possibilities. Plenty of opportunities. I'm very much excited for each and every one of those. Oh my god, that was clinical. That was definitely enjoyable to see. What was the play there by Shont to try to block the Twitch drum from shooting the default camera?
Put your body on the line. But you look at the acceleration already, Cthulhu. Look how deep Get a Grip are into the building in position to attack the site compared to the big dogs. Sean in 90, so they will surely be able to scout him out. Culture's mid-sprint catches Jin, who wasn't quite aware, but they find Ling with the Claymore.
It's a bit of a unfortunate turnout there. Your thinker for a Jackal, oh not Jackal, Jaeger. Both start on the J. But yeah, that's not particularly the most ideal turnout. Face Cream wants to get up close and personal with some of those plays, but Owen down. River does get the trade, at least on to Mackenzie, and the finisher as well with the shock from Shont could be big, but oh, this is a little bit awkward. This is awkward, and Shont actually gets absolutely fragged out here out of nowhere.
And Drifts finds Fakers as well. It's Culture
Oh,
alone
buddy.
pushing up Toms. Will he get anything? Kills the drone. That might just be all he takes. Already cutting through the site. Okay, Drifts, buddy.
Drifts.
Look, yeah, they just shot the drone out. You should know where he is. But a 1 versus 3, especially when you're fragging like Culture is doable
my
with River
lord.
down. It's going to be the ace clutch too. Unfortunately, the shock drone didn't catch him. And Cthulhu, the likelihood of this is getting scarily close. No, Culture takes some big damage. He's got to readjust. Owen, does he have the info? Almost there for the quad. Culture swings, but Owen shuts it down from dropped in 90 to closing the round out. Get a grip. I mean, look, it's in the name.
Look, if anything, I gotta say, Culture has been one of the MVP players for me for this matchup. Like, despite the fact that the scoreline currently is looking 5-2, Culture single-handedly, Culture and occasionally Machine Gun Kenzie, or aka Mackenzie, they two in tandem with each other were able to push their team to so many extents. And unfortunately, the rest of the team just maybe not feeling it today, or something has been definitely happening in the Big Dogs camp, because look, after a heater of a performance back on Playday number 1, everything else has been looking rather a bit down pace for them, because their play against Spheres on Oregon definitely felt a little bit lackluster. Going into this one, obviously as well, initially crippled with the fact that it's not a full 5-core, definitely shows that, you know, there's still problems to fix.
I mean, it's also quite telling that, I mean, Culture has 50% of the kills after the rehost right now.
Yes.
It's
Absolutely.
not ideal at all. And I mean, you look at Get a Grip, it's a much more even spread. At the moment, it's River and Jin sort of tailing behind. Surprisingly, Owen leading the frags for the team, which is not something that I expected to see ever. But you take it in stride, Get a Grip, quite comfortable. 2 rounds needed for them to pick this map up.
Bomb located by attackers.
River already
Wow.
starting to get to work.
That's both ADSs off the main door. That's huge.
That has to hurt. Yeah. Yeah, this is a little bit of a interesting, I suppose, conundrum is the one way to really describe this. Because right now, well, Big Dogs, they have a really decent setup, but that setup could be picked apart rather quickly if they won't be too careful. So, gotta make sure that they have all the adjustments done. Culture, though, doing the set adjustments very nicely, does clean up a frag. Gets rid of Drift Zone. That's ace as well. That's a huge, that remote heart breaching out of the equation.
That's colossal, in fact. That means they're going to have to force through these choke points. They aren't going to be able to play for any sort of breach going to the tail end, and that execution
Ooh.
with a kill on a Mackenzie, though, brings it back even. Lurking downstairs on the hunt, Face Cream as well, trying to provide some sort of cutoff for the team, but River, with those Rotero drones, still has 2 left, and Owen primed on the door. I mean, they are clearing out this utility quick smart.
Quick smart indeed, with Owen getting the better of Culture as well. That is the big performer out of the equation. Both of them, as a matter of fact, now gone. The rest of the team will need to start putting in the effort here. Sean about to get pressured, forced off the Astro position. Astro theoretically now in neutral control, which could be rather big as well for the play to happen. Minute remaining, so plenty of ground still to just basically clear out and just kind of poke around, see where they could find that big pressure point.
This crossfire in towards Astro. River takes down Fake as they know where Ling is. He's in a bit of trouble now. He's about to be pinch shot on his own. Owen will fall to the 416, but shot out in the open, drops. Face Cream's in the sight, and Jin swings off the pings, and they find the kill. Cthulhu, a 6th on the board, and Get a Grip are looking to solidify themselves in first today.
Very nice. Get a Grip. Doing a solid job with their plays. Very much still, well, for the most of it concentrated, but still got smiles, still having fun, and that's all that really matters. Owen himself outlined that in some of the previous interviews, so understandably so. They're just here to, you know, enjoy their time, enjoy their play, and for all the right reasons, they were able to show that very well on the scoreline side. Look, yeah, I think we might be seeing this roster's finally the golden era, I guess. At least within Challenger League, Panda, given that so far, I mean, they have had a really solid performance. 2 back-to-back regulation wins, and possibility of looking at a 7-2 victory here against Big Dogs. That will put them up really nicely on the top end of the leaderboard. And unless something goes monumentally wrong for Spheres against Zelios, that sort of rivalry for the first place will continue.
And Zelios, I mean, they are that sort of team, though. They're the ones quite capable of upsetting. And Shont, I've just noticed, running the super shorty here on the Clash. So, obviously, hoping not to get into any, hoping not to get into any, extended gunfights, if any at all. But I mean, we need to start turning our attention to that promo Rello match at the end of the stage, given that it looks like potentially the Hungry Lions or Ground Zero will be the team to face. You got a question, do Circular Spheres or Antic have what it takes at the moment?
That definitely is a possibility and a big question that we'll certainly have to follow up soon, because, yeah, look, I think Circular Spheres or Antic actually might have a decent opportunity for that play to happen. If they keep up the way how they go and keep up cleaning up their act, look, the options are certainly there for the play to happen and to perform. But so far, look, this is a little bit of a interesting result, because what possibly could be the final concluding round for Get a Grip might end up being one of the more difficult ones, because playing around Shont's Clash could be a rather deadly venture.
They're already starting that utility dump, and the maggot's being eaten, but it's Face Cream the first to fall. Mackenzie, he's gone for a bit of a long road outside, like Face Cream did earlier. Full send out of Classical, but it gives that position now to River and Drift, so they can start trying to open this hunting vault. Mackenzie goes down, so as much as he's found investment, he's lost it immediately.
Yeah, all of that effort for what basically felt now almost nothing. The rest of the team will have to pick up the slack, and with already Clash out of the equation, technically you could call it a bit of a 3.5v5, but Fakers does manage to even out the scoreline rather nicely with Drift Zone out of the equation. Whilst the breach has been done, we won't be able to perform any further, so this is looking really good. Fakers once again finally awoken, the player who has been put quite a lot of faith in, and back at the LFWO roster as well, and back in the occasional AZ appearances back in some of the other tier 2 leagues. He was the big showcase player.
River, big kill onto Fakers there. If they can find this follow-up pick onto Ling, but no, he does get the better of Owen there. River, not really much health to work with or speak of, unfortunately. So this one might go a little bit further, but River, what a triple. He'd have to ace clutch to win it here, but spotted by Culture from range. And a little bit of this hamstring stretch going on there. I don't know if it's justified given the scoreline, though.
Well, gotta take your wins where you can. That's the only explanation that I see here. But look, yeah, Big Dogs.
That requires you to take your wins, though.
Look, in desperate times, call for desperate measures, I suppose. But 63 scoreline is still very much workable now for Big Dogs, I reckon. This is where they could possibly start their whole, big comeback. But whether that comeback is actually going to be a viable kind of thing with the way how shaky some of their rounds were, that remains to be seen. But lineup of introducing Shont onto the Clash to a certain degree worked out, but for that previous round, a big credit needs to go to into the hands of Fakers.
Indeed. Right now, we see largely, as you would expect, a noticeable difference on the side of the attack. It's a Sledge rather than an Iana. And a Lion instead of the Hibana for Drift. So no dedicated hard breach in this living room library attack, which, I mean, in itself is a rather a rarity. So I'm intrigued. What is the game plan here?
There may be a few possibilities. Namely being that it's just they want to just get basically down to the rather, well, quote-unquote basic kind of approach and just try to frag out as many people as possible. Because once you do get to just defaulting back to the site of the living room and library, it is a very almost claustrophobic kind of site to play around. So if you're able to clear out the outside presence, that's basically 75% of the round win.
Nades already going through. Culture taking some chip damage, but they've cleared out a large portion of this utility. Mackenzie wants to get aggressive, but eats the nade instead. Goes to the reaggress, tucks himself deep into study. They seem to have an idea that he's here, so the nano booster come through. Rather than reaggressing, they're just going to slow it down. They have the info already, and they've cleared out some big parts of the setup utility-wise.
Indeed, already spotting out the castle will be forcing him to possibly either move or just will have to hold it down, but there is culture holding with the suppressed MP5, so the traces will be hidden, and a crossfire, well, very much was it at the end of the day expected. Owen as well frags out the castle. That's 2 players now out of the equation. Culture, if he does get a revive though, he should be able to hold the fort still for a brief moment longer, but that remains to be seen. Shant on the side, and Fakers sitting around the main stairs. Jin, only 1 boost remaining, and will have to get the rest of his team to really start making and putting in the effort. One thing though that is worth mentioning, so most of it, living room should be free real estate to take.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to get culture back into the swing of things, and Fake is forced off his position by Face Cream pushing up downstairs. They lose to Riv, but River there to answer back, and River looks like he's in the side already. This could be absolutely massive. They've gone for the pickup on the culture. It's costing his life as Owen follows it up. Fakers and culture above, 4 players in and around the site with Face Cream going for that plant. Owen might have the angle that he needs to shut down. They don't know where to go, Cthulhu. They have no clue how to retake this site. They've backed themselves into a corner with no idea how to remedy it. Fakers falls. It is culture alone. What can he do? He can't even get through a rotate. He's going to swing, try and take some revenge. But Cthulhu, he's got 12 kills. And unfortunately, it's not enough to propel his team over to victory. Jin gets the audio cue. Mouse 1. And well, grip it, ship it, and rip it. Get a grip, pick up the win handily.
Absolute stunner of a performance. A 7-3 scoreline to wrap it all up. Really nice, really quality performance, albeit it did get a little bit shaky at the start of things, but it all worked out, and we do even get to see the cat cam as well, the celebratory from 90 Jin, so it's all good there in their camp.
Yeah, look, get a grip. A 7-3 victory on Villa. Very impressive stuff, and they quite clearly had a grip on Villa and what they needed to be doing. Proto, sitting there in the back line, what did you make of Villa?
Solid performance from Get a Grip, and arguably completely expected going into that matchup. Yes, Big Dogs, they had that Playday number 2 sort of warm-up, I guess we could say, coming into this week, but I mean, they showed us in week 1 and 2 looking as good as they did coming into this. There was no real issue, I don't think, for them. They had a couple of little hiccups here and there, sort of in the middle of the game after the second, going into the second half rather. But I mean, a 4-2 half to end on a 7-3, pretty respectable, I think, for the first time playing Villa.
I mean, Cthulhu, we're seeing 2 opposing storylines. Get a Grip are on an absolute heater, on the rise, just absolute glow up moment for them. But Big Dogs, a shadow of them of their former selves.
Yeah, look, the moment we were kind of starting to talk at the beginning of this stage that, you know, Big Dogs took quite a while back when they were Warriors. They took them a while to find their own kind of almost identity with the way how they played. And just as we thought that, you know, going into stage 2, they finally will be, you know, one of those like top performers. Getting back to the old swing of things of Big Dogs, look, it seems like it's back to Struggle Street, and I don't think there's any exit off that, at least just yet.
And of course, it does lock them in for first place. Asterisk, obviously, Circular Sphere still have to play. I think it'll come down to the round differential by the end of it. But Proto, I mean, this new inject not quite working the way they would hope. I mean, Culture had to do some massive work just to keep them in it.
Yeah, Culture was really the only thing keeping Big Dogs afloat there for a lot of those rounds. It was just the inject not really panning out, I guess, too much. It could come down to a multitude of things, you know, maybe not having as much time to practice given that it was an emergency inject. Stuff like that, experience, etc. comes into the mix, but at the end of the day, the impact just wasn't there for Ling, unfortunately, but it was his first Playday, so, you know, nerves, all that type of stuff for your first sort of official game Playday, I guess, always comes into effect for most players, but yeah, look, for Big Dogs, unfortunately, it just wasn't with them tonight. And for Get a Grip, it was definitely business as usual.
And speaking of business as usual, we've got Coach, now player Owen, joining us from Get a Grip. Now, look, mate, the name a little bit disingenuous. You guys clearly have a grip on what's going here in CL.
Oh no, we have no idea what we're doing.
Look, I mean, going into Villa, I personally at least had a few, concerns, given the fact that, for the most of it, we've seen across a couple of other leagues as well, that you guys kind of more so favoring maps like Oregon. Going into the Villa, was it kind of still part of the plan? Was it the prepared map, or because a number of rounds they looked like you guys, had a really good adaptation to certain pushes, aka I think it was round 2 when you guys had a few interesting holds within statuary, but then some of the rounds got picked apart rather quickly. Anything to attribute to that?
Oh, I think Villa was definitely a map that we were planning on going on to. Like every team I've been on, like as a coach or player, we've always been a quality team on Villa. So when we got that, we're like, oh yes, let's go. But yeah, I thought the attacks, they did incredibly well to pick us apart. Like especially the second AV push. That was something else. Yeah, we just collapsed on that, and we've got to give them props to that.
Speaking of those few pushes, I mean, when they went onto the defense side, they brought out the Clash. Now, for the first couple of rounds, it seemed like something that may have been a bit of an issue. But going forward from that, I mean, was it something that necessarily was an issue in itself, or was it something that, as you said, sort of maybe caught you off guard a little bit?
I definitely think Clash is a really strong pick on AVG, but we've been playing that since Split 2 of last year, so we know how to deal with it.
Now, look, I do have one more question, Owen. You mentioned, they've really managed to pick apart your defenses on the attack. Run us through round 6, where you kind of gave them a bit of a hand and left it to some star players to lock it down.
Look, it was a 3v5, and then I'm just like, okay, I've got a shotgun. This guy's Wolf Window. I'll take my chances, and got railed. It didn't go well for me.
Luckily, you've got some stunners in the back line to hold things down. But Owen, it's always a pleasure having you here in the interview booth. Before you let your head off, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Thanks, guys. I've definitely got someone to shout out. Ducko, our scrim sub. He wasn't able to play with us this season, unfortunately, due to the roster issues. But whenever Karma is too bored and wants to go play ranked, he comes in and does a great job in scrims filling in. So yeah, big shout out to him.
Awesome. We'll let you head off and celebrate another massive victory and enjoy your position top of the table for the moment, Owen. We'll see you next week. Thanks, God, guys. Absolute big stuff. We'll see you next week. Guys, what a map to kick the day off, and it's only the first. We've got 3 more. What did you make of it, Cthulhu?
Honestly, I'm happy that, for Antic is finally kind of they're off the struggle street. That's no more a thing. Their whole, a big uprise during the second half of stage 1 definitely is now confirmed, not a fluke. And with kind of a slight revitalization of the roster, it's looking like, it might be the team that could have almost this similar kind of amount of glow up as, Kraken did back in last year.
Well, we will have to see. Of course, right now we throw it on over to a break, and after we come back, obviously Nutty Gaming taking on Dynasty. These 2 lunks will be taking you through it. We'll see you guys back very, very soon.
Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your denial.
Easy come, easy it goes. It might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. You gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us.
Map 1 done. We took it to Tuscany. Now we head into our second match of the evening. Gentlemen, it is Nutty Gaming, who, look, they've had the performance that we would have liked to see a new team coming into the competition have. They've had a bit of a rise in the standings. Taking on Dynasty, though, Cthulhu, do we reckon this might be a bit of a trial for them?
Oh, trial by fire is probably one of the ways to really call it, because look, on the side of Nutty Gaming, probably one of the big highlight players for me has been Kongi, plus Mallow actually. On the side of Dynasty though, this is the date that I've been actually waiting for. Sealy has finally joined the roster, and this could be now the super roster for Dynasty that they've been waiting for.
And Proto, obviously, some newer life in the competition, some that you're more familiar with than Nutty Gaming. I mean, how do you sort of favour their odds against a team like this?
I mean, given that they had pretty decent first couple of play days coming into the Challenger League, I mean, going forward from this, they're a very capable roster, very capable players. So I'd imagine they'll have a good chance to at least do some damage. If, unfortunately, maybe not walking away with the win at the end of the night, but they will definitely be doing a lot of damage. I think this one might have a very big potential to go to that 7-5, maybe even an 8-6, provided how good Nutty are tonight. But I definitely think we shouldn't count them out.
And of course, like you said, Cthulhu Sealy playing a former member of that Team 7 roster, his teammate Phoenix, obviously not too far away from making his OCN debut with Kraken Esports. So a lot of potential coming out of that roster. How do you think he's going to, what sort of addition do you think he's going to be to this Dynasty team?
I think he is going to be more so as a bit of a kind of fragging / flex player addition to the Dynasty roster, but it is a much needed one, because I mean, you look at the face value of this roster. You have Spruce, who's basically kind of the dad of the team. Fluxzeus, who could be kind of that sort of support player / second IGL. Bopt is a good fragger. Now Sealy, an amazing fragger, plus a really efficient buck player. And Cyro as well, who has been kind of that sort of, I suppose, flex / flex support for some of the plays. I mean, he has been on the attack, been kind of playing on a few occasions the Iana sort of swings. So I'm definitely feeling like this could be finally that sort of very well put together roster.
And of course, Spruce on your screen now giving us the mad dad energy that only he can bring to the Oceanic Challenger League. Proto, I mean, this would sort of be a bit of a breakaway point, obviously, for Nutty Gaming if they could pick up a win against Dynasty. Yeah,
if they can find this win, it will definitely be, I would say, somewhat trend-setting for them, possibly for the rest of the season. They have looked very good in the first two playdays. I mean, week 1 was a victory, yes, against AE, so technically, I mean, they didn't really verse any new teams per se, but I mean, last week, very solid playday as well. Unfortunately, again, yes, not a win, but they did some good damage against Altered Zelios. So for tonight, I'd imagine all eyes are going to be on them, obviously, with Dynasty picking up Sealy. It is going to be a relatively large mountain to climb, but provided they get given the chance and make the right plays, I definitely think it's one that they can look to get over at some point.
And of course, Sealy, he's among that crowd, Cthulhu, the up until recently under 18 superstars just waiting for their chance at comp play. And I mean, what do you reckon? Could this be one of the future stars of ANZ?
Absolutely. This could be one of the big rising stars, and I definitely will have to vouch for that. Part of the Team 7 that within that sort of Tier 2 scene of ANZ has been making quite a few big moves here, like you mentioned before. Phoenix has moved on to the Kraken roster. Now Sealy moved on to Dynasty, so has been already picked apart by for quite a number of big additions. So definitely quite curious to see, because this is the first time we do get Dynasty in their full swing. This is the kind of the core roster that they have been kind of imagining for a very long while.
And oh look, Flux, he's got a bit of support. Another New Zealander in the game, in the server, Cthulhu. So we do have a bit of fondness for him. He's got some support. He's given him the what for. Come on, bro. I've got a game to play. Out you go. Eat your McDonald's. But look, let's get on into the map vetoes and see where you two will be taking it. And we're going back to Villa once again. Unfortunately, well, look, he's a bit of a fan of it now. I am too. I'm enjoying the way that teams are playing it now with the Zami and everything. But I mean, blokes, Cthulhu, I'll give it to you first. Villa, how do you think this fares for both teams?
Look, not as good for at least Dynasty historically. Definitely didn't go too well for them. But again, mind you, this was at a kind of only core 4. For Nutty Gaming, again, this is kind of the map for both of those teams. It's kind of the time for redemption, I suppose.
Well, Proto, we're going to a reasonably strat-intensive map. There's a lot to be worked around on the side of the defense for Villa. I mean, Nutty Gaming, who this is their first stage in Tier 2, do you reckon that might cause a bit of struggle for them?
Look, there definitely could be a small strategy gap here, given that Dynasty have had that extra stage of playing Villa at that level, seeing the strategies being bought in a Tier 2 environment, and then ultimately reworking those to the abilities and sort of style that they want to be playing on a map like Villa, very strategy heavy, like you've said. So NT coming into this, I mean, we have seen some good strat work from them in the previous 2 Playdays. So coming into Playday 3, you would assume that they have some basic strategy at minimum, but given that they've watched one day so far of Villa so far, and hopefully then gone home, taken the strats apart, maybe redone something here, I think they could definitely do some damage, provided that they've looked into things and made up some new strategies on the go to keep up with the Tier 2 competition right now.
Yeah, obviously they've got that fragging prowess. So Cthulhu, do you reckon they might lean into that a little bit more? We might see a slightly more aggressive Villa today?
Absolutely. I definitely feel like on the side of Dynasty, this will be finally a test of kind of their own prowess in the fragging department, where how well can they gel together. On the side of Nutty Gaming, yeah, look, back to the, I suppose, the basics of the playstyle, just enforce all the aggressive plays.
Well, gents, it's over to you. I'm going to go have a break and probably grab me a bit of a snack. We'll see you back after the map.
Oh, we love Blue. We do, Cthulhu. We really do. Hopefully he enjoys his snack, but I don't think he's going to enjoy that snack as much as we're about to enjoy Villa right now. NTE going up against Dynasty. Game number 2 for night, Playday number 3. We start things off, as always, with the bands. Cthulhu, are we expecting anything interesting right now for the bands? I mean, Azami went in game 1. Do we see a game 2 go too?
No, I'm feeling like Azami might just end up sticking around. I do feel like it is going to be a bit more of a kind of a standardized ban, but, well, I say that Hibana out of the equation, so one of those long-range hard breaches out of the play will make things a little bit, I guess, spicy in one way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a band that you usually see more on like a clubhouse side.
Yeah.
Thatcher to go as well. So we do have Maverick. We do have Flores available too. Keep in mind, a big pick. We didn't see him too much in game number 1, but still. Going forward, available. Possibility. We don't know. Ace as well, the new replacement, I guess some could say, for the Hibana, but there you go. Azami will be gone for game number 2. She will not be making a return anytime soon so far this evening. And for the final ban, I mean, Cade, Mirror's back, Valkyrie,
Yeah,
what
true.
are we thinking?
I'm feeling definitely something maybe like a Valkyrie, maybe a Mirror ban could really come around, and yeah, sure, it will be Nutty Gaming to wrap it all up. I'm relatively standardized ban minus Azami, who's slowly but surely seem to be creeping into that sort of the consistently banned out operators lineup. For all the right reasons though, because she brings in a great amount of flexibility for the site shaping, and for a map like Villa, it is almost a must-have operator. But memes and analysis aside, AVG being brought out, looking at the lineup for Natty Gaming, each and one of those operators could very much easily could go for a bit of a Robin, for a bit of a frag style.
And defuse bombs.
Yeah, they do have a very flex enabler, I guess we can say. A lot of ability for roam, a lot of ability for opening picks, provided situational, I guess, luck, we could even say, provided they're in the right place at the right time. But Dynasty, very, very thorough roster. We have everything available drone-wise. We've got the Fink, we had the Yana, so the Replicator available too. But something that I would like to point out here, and something that I know both of us will take great enjoyment in realizing, is Sealy has jumped on the knock. Round number 1 here, definitely going to be sitting in more of that fragging style, which I think for Dynasty is going to be the play. Put him on something like the knock, let him do the damage. He's a player that can do it. I mean, someone that I have watched play for almost a couple of years now, and this guy can do damage. You give him a good gun, you let him get some kills, and he will find them. So Sealy on the knock is going to be super scary.
Yeah, very much keen to see what he will be able to do in an environment that is technically quite a level up, given him coming from Team 7, finally being of age to actually make it into OCL. So, good times are possibly coming around. Not rocking the suppressor on FMG9 and playing a relatively, almost a standard kind of position at the yard window, but do we get to see him go through, say, the basement and then for a flank towards the Astro is probably going to be my main question, given that that could be a big kind of flank play.
Right now, Nutty, 2 players on this north side starting to get pressured now as Kulo starts to vault away. He will actually be able to find the vault over without being traded out. So good to see him get away there. Nutty playing this roam really well. 1 minute and 10 seconds burned here. Some good time taken off the board going forward as Dynasty start to now make their way into the building. The rotates to come out as well. Sealy has been called away from the Wolf window as the rest of his team take control of Statue side and make their way towards 90. So Dynasty, some good control, but a lot spent gaining it.
Yeah, that's something that we'll have to keep being very much mindful of. That sort of control could come at a very hefty cost later down the line. C4 to be exploded in hopes of finding some sort of momentum, but maybe the sound engine is being a little bit of a cruel one. And well, with life picking up with the fragment to Celia, I suppose we don't get to analyze a whole lot of him.
Yeah, unfortunate to see him go early, but Cthulhu, only a minute is left here for this first round. Dynasty now down a player. I mean, are they going to be able to collapse here is the big question. They still have a lot to open the side up.
Recovered the diffuser.
Absolutely. Still plenty of plays to happen and plenty of opportunities to be taken, but Kongi already takes away even more of that Syro to fall. Unfortunately, that's Finka out of the equation. Flux to follow suit as well, back into the grave, back to the lobby. And it's all down to Spruce and Bob to try to make a play off the back of that, but no idea, well actually Kongi has no idea about him being swung like this.
20 seconds left. Dynasty in a 2 versus 4. Nutty with the Goyo canisters have plenty of time to deny, but if they're going to give kills to Bot like that, this could end very badly. 90 to be opened up very late in the round. A Mute Jammer stops that. Mallow to find the first. The second walking down the hallway, make it both. As Nutty locked down round number 1 in pretty good fashion. Some kills maybe fed away at the end, but other than that, round number 1, a good way to lock things down here. Dynasty letting the ball slip a little bit here in round number 1.
Yeah, look, it definitely was a little bit of a slippery slope there. The Dynasty couldn't really find a whole lot of traction for their play, apart from getting control of that AVG, not AVG, pardon me, this trophy statuary. And they kind of from there on out couldn't find a whole lot of footing. Maybe it was due to the fact that they just tried to make it a bit of a one-dimensional push through a bunch of those choke points just outside of the trophy statue, or possibly even just the fact that they were lacking some of the player numbers to even try to make an effort for that downstairs push, given that I believe it was Cyro that did try to make a play from the ground floor, but did get isolated rather quickly.
Yeah, interesting to see Sealy being the player that was sort of vetoed there for Dynasty to hold down that Wolf Cross back towards the site when you've got players like Flux, you know, Spruce, who isn't necessarily opening up or using any of that utility over towards the master side, and Sealy with that silence that, you know, could come up red, make the cutoff there, find a roamer downstairs, find that opening pick for Dynasty onto Nutty, because if we go back and watch that, there were a few roamers in that position that he could have maybe found with the right information. So maybe an interesting choice there from Dynasty, but going forward, maybe they change things up. I mean, the position he had wasn't necessarily the worst. Just got a little bit unlucky, I guess, in the first couple of minutes. But so far, Nutty, I mean, round number 1 on the board for them. It's a good way to start things off.
Absolutely. Yeah, always would want to have that early advantage. And certainly it has been looking properly good for them to kickstart their own momentum. Mallow has the angle, and a very naughty one whilst at it. But do we see any sort of progression off the back of that? Sealy finally on that flanking roll. Frag grenade is perfectly timed there. And that has to be quite a bit of a tilter, because now for Mallow, that's all your backup is gone, but so is his life at this point. Really perfect isolation. Kulo still around the 90 hallway that could throw a spanner in the works.
This is exactly what we were talking about, but right now, Kulo on the flank round 2. Players from Dynasty not necessarily paying attention. They're going to pay for it. Kulo will find one. Flux to trade at least, so there is some reconciliation for losing that frag, but Kongi now, as well as Orion, the last 2 players left here for NT in the site. Dynasty have done a lot of damage, finding 3 kills early here. Going forward from this, Cthulhu, I mean, unless Nutty can come up with a big clutch here, this could be a Dynasty round to equalize.
Yeah, look, with Orion and Kongi still hanging around the bathroom and the Astral position as well. Could be a few problematic lineups to happen, but already the OSA shield will basically be guaranteeing the plan to happen. C4 is out, no long arm there happening. Kongi as well fragged out. Spruce Moose has perfect cover, and Flux as well. Dynasty back on their feet, and it was a rather clinical one.
OSA plants have just sort of become insane. They are sort of becoming the meta for open sites. You walk into the OSA, you get the shield down, bomb behind it, thanks for coming. Then obviously it gives you a position to then play from behind from the post plant. So good to see them implementing it, but something that was also good to see is Sealy, they swapped him off that window, went downstairs, and instantly Cthulhu, what did we see a change in? Kill right off the bat, opening frag for Dynasty, round then converts for 3 in the early 40 seconds-ish of that round. And it's good to see them making those changes on the fly. Perfect changes from them, and ultimately, the way you want to be doing it. Great position up, and it caught Nutty off. I mean, they lost those first 3 picks, and then arguably after that, it was all over Red Rover.
Yeah, all over Red Rover indeed. That's probably the best way to really describe it all. But my thinking as well for round 1 as well, the reason why kind of Dynasty fell apart the way how they did is partially, look, I mean, call it first round jitters, call it the fact that it's just them kind of trying to figure out what is kind of the general approach of Nutty Gaming as well. Given that there could have been quite a fair bit of, you know, round floor presence on the first round, and they could have been fragged out rather quickly. So I suppose now that they kind of learned that for the most of it, Nutty Gaming are relatively kind of one-dimensional on a number of their holds, maybe this should give Sealy and co a little bit more freedom on just the way how they take, the way how they kind of expand their play. Speaking of expanding the play, Sealy actually moved on from the Nook back onto a Sledge.
Yeah, the knock ultimately not really having too much, I would say, direct impact on what was happening for Dynasty there. It was more of just a, I don't know, comfort pick maybe? Something that they wanted to try, but NTE aren't really playing into so far. And for Dynasty, it's probably a good choice to be made. Sealy, with a gun like the L85, is definitely going to be scary, but as they make their way in, they're already in Wolf, and having this barricaded is going to give them a lot of avenues to make their way into Trophy to some degree. NTE might have made a little mistake here, giving themselves only one avenue to get out, because if they get cut off from Astro, well, it's not going to be good.
Could be rather problematic here, indeed. Mellow, starting to get a little bit antsy. Wants to get a move on. Either zip out from his position and save his life, or go in for the gunfight. Already spotted out. The gunfight does happen. A trade. Your sledge for a Jaeger. Not particularly the ideal one, but I suppose a trade that you'll take. Kulo as well, gone and out. So this sort of clear out from the top floor so far worked out quite rather nicely. C4 from Orion, though, could be rather deadly if timed perfectly. Apart from that, NTE are now once again being put on a bit of a back foot.
Yeah, rather unfortunate, but losing 2 kills like that's not what you want to be doing, especially when you're allowing Syra to just walk into statue and take everyone upstairs with him. They still have some good utility, though, on the site. 2 nitros to play with and all the det packs. Cthulhu, it's definitely doable for NTE right now.
Absolutely. As doable as one can make it. Possibilities are endless, though, for that push to really happen and for the damage to be dealt, and well, plenty is being sorted out. So much vertical gameplay is being opened up, and Bob actually using the Retero drones to essentially be the replacement for the Sledge's hammer, which is it's a good way of doing things. But so, I suppose gotta improvise when you lose some of the utility.
You do. It's good to see it being used like that, though. I mean, you make the switch up, you make the change, and now the next issue that they're going to have is getting rid of that cave claw, which we already saw was inside of the cupboard to the right of Orion here, but in a 4 versus 3 Dynasty are going to have to go for the executes. Bruce will tank that Sugate into the kitchen, but he doesn't know the player is closing the corner. Kongi could go huge here. He needs to find the China. Indeed, he will. Swings on round. Diffuser already down. Flux to take down Orion. 2 left for both sides. 1 down. Life to clutch. Bopped in a 1 versus 1. All Life has to do is hide. And NTE off the back of a mist drone are going to walk away with that round in kitchen. Dynasty so close, but so far.
Wow. Okay, that was quite a round. That was quite a redemption, I suppose, for Nutty Gaming. But that was really well orchestrated. I gotta give it to them. That was a really clean deal, clean play, and well, from there on, really the play for time really actually worked out quite well. So another, I suppose, a lesson for Dynasty is to make sure to check all your corners as much as possible, and make sure to assume basically that every corner is basically going to be deadly. But look, that has to be a little bit heartbreaking there for Dynasty, the way how that that round got lost out. Not the ideal scenario, given that everything up until that very last moment point was actually going pretty well.
Look, I don't think losing Sealy early on helped at all, given that they had to spend a lot of time bootlegging open the floor, I guess we could say, with the Rotero drones, because that took a considerable amount longer than it would have with the sledgehammer. So playing that vertical definitely cost them a lot of time, and then when you look at the execute, they came down to, it was only 20-ish seconds when they started making their way in. They couldn't clear the wall because they didn't have enough vertical. They couldn't clear out the player deep inside of that pantry because they couldn't get the drones in. It ultimately all compounded to NTE being able to walk away with that round, but I still think Dynasty are sort of making changes as they go. We see Sealy go between 3 different operators in the pick phase, Cthulhu. So they're making changes.
Trying to make amends on the go, and I mean a respectable kind of effort in that. Given that, look, Dynasty, they have been struggling for finding kind of their own kind of pacing, their own ways about it. Kind of maybe finding the right footing here, adjusting the playstyle could be a good idea, given that Nutty Gaming are not per se your average OCL team. They just freshly introduced them, so their playstyle will very much heavily differ from the usual OCL experience. But quite a hefty already damage being dealt with Kongi out of the equation. The rest of the team will have to do quite a substantial more of a job.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kongi, doesn't go the greatest. Kilo also takes considerable amount of damage on that retreat there, back from Stat Trophy towards AVG, and downstairs, Sealy is going to be trying to cut off that cross Sara now as he makes his way towards Wolf. Nitro is in play, and their information is there, so it will be cleared out, which is good for Dynasty right now. They start to figure out where all of this utility is. Sealy actually even downstairs to place for some of these vert nades, which we've already seen him come with to great avail so far in this matchup. So Dynasty, I mean, looking good right now, provided they don't start feeding picks into the machine. And there you go. Sealy to find a second. Life goes down. And it all starts to come apart.
Perfect. Perfect start there. Getting rid of Life as well. That's a big, big opener now. To hope to get rid of Mallow as well. That would basically crack the site wide open for them to take. Frag grenade from down below. Oh, that could have been so juicy because basically Sealy gets the opportunity to frag from either one of the two sides of that vault room, but doesn't get to happen. Instead, frag grenade out. Does it do the damage? It does, in fact. Oh my, that is a spook and a half. Orion just gets to run away with barely just his wits.
Yeah, I don't even think had that grenade been half a fraction of a centimeter back a little bit, that would have been a kill here. But as I say that, Spruce walking in, Kulo just not paying attention situationally, and there you go. Spruce to clean up to. Orion goes down. Mallow the last alive. Bomb now being planted from Flux. Could be on for the flawless here. As he peeks into the rotate, indeed it will be. Bot to close things out with the ARX, and Dynasty. What a way to answer back.
Oh, poor Mallow just looked at the rotation. Oh no, I'm in danger. And just tries to just awkwardly just kind of crouch, walk away. It's just, I rather not even, you know, remember
you guys can
that.
have it. I'll be back later.
Yeah, you guys, you know what? Yeah, have the site, have the plant. Just leave me alone, please. But yeah, look, it puts us at a very interesting kind of storyline here because whilst Night Gaming have, you know, these kind of moments where it's kind of a very awkward conclusion to the round, they have been still able to quite confidently still being able to match on a number of occasions the general pace of things that Dynasty will bring over to them. And whether it's kind of a talk about Dynasty still coming to terms with their new core, or whether it's, you know, Nutty Gaming maturing even further with an OCL, I suppose that's going to be kind of a question that we should kind of ask ourselves, maybe even Blue Panda, once we do get to close out this matchup. Because obviously, you know, given that Nutty Gaming are kind of still sitting on that middle of the leaderboard, there's certainly quite a few promises being shown here, I reckon, from them.
Yeah, I mean, coming in as a fresh Tier 2 team through the qualifiers, they are starting to sort of shape together as a very capable roster, given that this is Playday number 3. I mean, we have seen a lot of good things from them so far, albeit 1 win, 1 loss. So not too much telling in terms of the dominance, but as a new team, they're definitely making their way up the ranks, I guess we could say, to some degree. But albeit Cthulhu, round number 5, as it gets underway here. Kongi on the top floor once again on this roam, but Sealy is actually the first kill. Sorry, the first one to find a kill here on the buck this time. Third operator for his attacking half right now, and Kulo is the one to go down early on.
That's the operator that I was very much waiting for, though, from Sealy to come out. The buck, that was his basically go-to attacking operator back in some of the other tier 1 mix-up, I guess, leagues of tier 1 and tier 2. As well as tier 3, and he was able to just absolutely nail his opponents without any sort of sweating, any sort of issues. He was clinical on that one, albeit again, OCL being quite a bit of a different beast, and obviously with a different roster. Imagine his own confidence is still certainly on just about as high as it can be.
100%. You'd hope. Confidence is a big thing. Mental game alone wins games, but albeit Dynasty right now setting up this vertical have a lot of pressure over towards this AVG side with no one actually residing there as the time ticks away. 2 minutes gone now, and we still see every member right now on the south side of the map. So whether or not they're expecting this to be the bomb site, or maybe they're a little bit behind, I guess, on their clear Cthulhu.
Yeah, behind could be one of the ways to really call it.
Do they think this is the site?
That could be quite funny if that is the case.
Surely not.
You get to realize, oh yeah, the chassis is not here, by the way.
think
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah, gotta move on. 45 seconds
Yeah, you see it.
remaining.
There you
and
go.
they
There you
get to
go.
Oh no, they only now
They thought it was
realize.
the site. Oh, they thought it was the site.
that's
That would have been a
tragic.
perfect execute.
That's
That would've been
actually
perfect.
tragic.
Oh, 30 seconds left in play, and now it's going to have to be a 5-person force into the bomb site as not much time resides. One will be spotted. Bopt and Spruce to open things up, make it Bop for 2. Life goes down. Orion, the last inside of the bathroom. Spruce with 3. It doesn't matter.
Jeez.
Dynasty, even though they were so behind in that clear, thinking that it was the other bomb site. It doesn't matter, guys. We'll just walk on in. We'll clean things up. Thanks for the round. You could tell. I mean, it was like that snap moment. 40 seconds left, guys. I don't think this is the bomb site. Okay, cool. And then you just see everyone on the roster absolutely hauling it down to 90, straight in, cleaning it up. Dynasty, a round they shouldn't have found, but they did in quite spectacular fashion.
Oh. Yeah. I'm a little bit at a loss for words here. Not gonna lie, bro.
Man.
That is one of the
Nutty
rounds that
almost did it to him.
Yeah, Nutty almost did it to them, and they actually baited them quite rather scrumptiously. But I suppose Dynasty just turned into one of those Florida man headlines. Just Florida man realizes that ain't the side. Just rushes into the side, just absolutely destroys the enemy team. Oh. Yeah, right. Yeah, I guess that's another round to tick off the OCL bingo, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely an eye opener, I guess we could say. Cthulhu, Nutty, they had the Goyo, they had denial. Why was it not popped? I don't actually think we heard one dep pack go off there. Yes, albeit the biggest mistake in that round was Dynasty thinking the bomb site was AVG, but. You look at the setup that NTE had, they could have easily denied entry into the site from that south side utterly and completely. They had Goyos on the doors, I would assume. You would hope they had Goyos on the doors. Yeah, Nitro's available. Yeah. One would hope, one would assume. But if they can duke out Dynasty like that, who knows what they had set up at this point, right? But still, I would assume, hopefully, that there would have been utility there to maybe stop that rush if it had been utilized a little bit earlier, maybe from NTE. So possibly a little bit of a mistake on their hands. But how are they supposed to know that Dynasty doesn't know where the bomb is? Let's be honest. At the end of the day,
if we don't know what we're doing,
I was going to say, yeah, they've got no clue either, right? So if Dynasty can do that, NTE might a little bit more scared because Dynasty should not have won that round at all. Yet they did. So going forward from this, yeah.
If we get Spruce on the interview, I'm definitely asking a question about that round because
Yes.
that is a historical performance kind of thing, especially for Dynasty. Oh Jesus. Okay, well, for us to finally wake up from that what felt like a fever dream of a round. On to round 6, the last defense for Nutty Gaming. And this is their last chance to equalize the scoreline. If this does get to 4-2, things might get a little bit dicey already. Sealy tagged up, Kulo not feeling particularly healthy, and the execution is actually happening.
Yeah, they're just sort of running into the site. Life a little bit rough there, but still gets the kill regardless, and actually finds himself in a 1 versus 4, but it doesn't matter. Spruce is there on the Doka beat to clean things up, and a very quick round. A very confusing round, again, for Dynasty, but one in very similar fashion that they're going to walk away with and end the half at a 4-2 deficit. NTE looked great in the first few rounds, Cthulhu, but going towards the end of that half, things were definitely falling apart a little bit. And now Dynasty, as they go onto the defense side, Nutty bringing it on the attack. I mean, we see Bop already with the Valkyrie. We've got Sealy on the Malusi. Scary Roams incoming, I'd imagine. And NTE going forward from that to have a serious pick-me-up if they want to do some damage here on the attack, because Dynasty now are starting to build that momentum, and it's quite evident in these rounds that they've been walking away with.
Yeah, Dynasty been kind of ruthless on their plays, especially the past couple rounds, so defense could get rather rowdy for them as well. I mean, you look at the lineup as already, it is a rather proactive one. We do get to finally see the smoke that was, for one reason or the other, banned out. in the last matchup, and I don't think it really helped either of the rosters with that sort of ban. But Spruce on the smoke. First of all, actually, let's talk about this. Spruce is actually currently leading the charge in the frags for Dynasty. The ye old, as he described himself, the washed, the grandpa, I guess you could also call him, of the Dynasty roster, being able to show the youngins how to actually, you know, how to do it, how to play. And, well, Celia and Bopt, the two big fraggers that were actually poached from two completely separate teams, Bopt being the big highlight player for Warriors back then, and Celia being the of Team 7. It's almost feels only natural to see them on the higher end of the spectrum of the frags.
Yeah, 100%. Spruce definitely hitting the hold my cane at the moment, I think, a little bit as well. But either or, Sealy and Bopt, only 1 kill separates them from equalizing. So I don't imagine they're too far behind in kills, especially now that they're on the defense. They have the Valkyrie in place, so a lot of information being relayed, and Dynasty already showing that they are looking to get hyper-aggressive almost here on this defense side. I mean, we've got Kulo on the bathroom balcony rotating over to 90, but we already see Dynasty swinging out. I mean, Cyro super aggressive on that Master Door. Very similar to the player in Astro right now, and NTE have come to a little bit of a stalemate. I mean, a minute has already elapsed, because that's a lot of time.
A lot of time indeed. Already. Metagaming a little bit on the slower end. Might look into adjusting their pace at the later stages of this map. If not this map, then next matchups. I have genuine curiosity who they got next time. Next time it actually will be 16-20 Kings, so that could be an actual heater of a matchup. So quite keen to see that one happen. But right now, yeah, look, with the fact that Kilo just got lost in the sauce, and unfortunately just in general had a bit of a quieter game, things not particularly looking as favorable for Nutty Gaming as one would have probably wanted to see them.
Yeah, right now, Nutty, unfortunately, not having the best of games across the leaderboard. I mean, you look at kills-wise, we've got 2 1s and 3 3s, so not looking great, especially with Flux adding to that with the Nitro inside of Wolf and Cthulhu. I mean, 3 players left for Nutty right now. Dynasty are looking great on this defense.
It does. Well, Ryan swings like like his life depends on that one. Sturdy as ever with that sort of play on the MP7.
Ooh.
Does get it down, snapped onto Spruce as well. Very nicely done, and that actually cracks open the opportunity for Nutty Gaming to actually bring the scoreline a little bit closer now, even then that whole 2-player advantage completely vanished.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 with Dynasty actually on the downside if you look at the health side, but albeit NTE, Orion on the 0. We've seen him do work on this character before, so there's a very possible opening here for NTE, provided they find at least one of these picks. But the crossfires right now for Dynasty absolutely insane. 1 player rotating towards that main side. We did see it. Will Sealy notice? Indeed he will. The door to be opened up. Sealy on the swing. A lot of damage dealt to Kongi. Not the frag, but it is going to be Flux to open things up. Finds Orion. Mallow to walk in. Will trade out onto Flux. Doesn't spot the last player through the wall. The bomb now going down. Kongi holding from inside of that balcony. And as the players walk on around to try and confirm the kill, the bomb actually going to go down as Bop swings on out. He's going to get the kill. A very rough one at that, but they're still going to lock it out with Sealy on the back end to take out Kongi on the balcony in Dynasty. A very close round, but they're still going to find it for number 5.
Eesh. That's definitely one of the rougher defenses from Dynasty, but one that they would be very much glad to win out, because that obviously now opens the possibilities for just that even bigger momentum play. Look, the fact that it's now a 5-2, a 3-round differential, this now extends it even further. The play for the middle as well, whilst unintentionally, could be very much of a problem now for Nutty Gaming, unless they just decide to go absolutely Super Saiyan across it all. But dining and kitchen could be one of those kind of make it or break it, I reckon, here for Nutty Gaming. If they lose out this one, I think we might just kind of start talking about maybe the next matches, given that with the momentum that Dynasty managed to gain up, it certainly is almost an insurmountable amount of force.
Yeah, Dynasty have sort of just been on a heater towards the end of that first half, coming into the second. Nutty did have moments of brightness, I guess, in that round. I mean, Orion almost woke, I guess we could say, from his slumber to find those 2 kills. But at the end of the day, it didn't really surmount to too much for them, as Cyro going to opt for this run out. No kills there to be found, unfortunately, and he's going to actually get away with barricading that window back up as well. So Dynasty, yeah, definitely on the hyper-aggressive side of things, and NTE just kind of lost in what to do and how to deal with it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's a fair enough kind of point, given that Nutty's kind of first introduction to OCL. All right, that's
Okay.
one way to do it.
You take those, I guess.
I mean, yeah, look, if you're being allowed, when life gives you lemons, I guess you take them, given that sort of arrangement. But yeah, look, in defense of Nutty Gaming, this is their first venture into OCL. This is the time when kind of it is going to be quite a stark difference in the type of gameplay that you will get to see comparative to something like previous experience in LPL Evo. So going into this one, fair enough. Look, you know, a few rough performances, but surely we could start seeing closer to the end part of stage 2, some of the more closer scorelines to come around.
Yeah, Kulo, unfortunately, not having great games right now on this entry operator of Yana 1-7, which is not the line to find yourself on that entry side of things, but NTE right now. I think it's compounding a little bit because he sprays down Orion running through that Seahawk place as well, and NTE just 2 players lost in the already as Dynasty start absolutely tear apart what's left of this bomb site. Kongi does actually find 1 at least on the Cyro, so some form of consolidation, but at this point, how much damage has already been dealt?
Yeah, already few problems starting to mount up, which is not particularly ideal. And certainly it's not kind of the best results so far. At least for Dynasty, they still get to keep majority of their site. Nutty Gaming still have about 30 seconds to make a play for that. The scan is coming around, but no pressure towards Laundry, meaning that scan is basically all going to be all for nothing. Mallow hoping and praying to hit all the shots, all the walls, but Kongi instead is getting the flank onto Sealy. Now it's an even ground, but with lack of time, this could be a rather, well, tragic result at the end of it all.
12 seconds, Mallow goes down for 2. Spruce to find Kongi, but it's Spruce from inside of China for 3. Dynasty find themselves on match point, and Spruce, even without the gain right now, he's doing work for Dynasty from inside of China. NTE, again, a round that was arguably theirs. Dynasty, no right taking that one away, but worst kind of game plus old. Oh, Flux. Dynasty, at this point, it's I don't know, Cthulhu. You don't want to say that it's over, because there is always the chance of the 4-round comeback to overtime, but at this point, NTE just not looking like they're with it 100% here. That execute was theirs. They had 3 on entry to go up against 1, and then it was just completely shut down. Completely shut down by Spruce.
Yeah. No. This so far has not been particularly the best kind of turnout for Nutty Gaming, as they are kind of a bit struggling on whom to do, and basically really what to even do, really, given that when Spruce is able to literally frag out like this, it's not particularly the best time for their mental as well either. So go into this 6-2, well, whilst they're still going to be obviously doing their best to try to make a play, it's a bit of a calm before the storm is probably the only way to really call this, but at least good to see that, you know, players like Mallow and players like Kongi have been still able to perform despite some rather unfortunate ventures.
Yeah, even with Dynasty looking really, really good, it does sort of open up a lot of talking points, I suppose. But with Orion actually finding the opening bombed, a little confused as to where his teammate went. But Cyro, what a swing! He's good for 2! Kulo and Mallow, no chance whatsoever, and he's going to get away with that entirely. Wolf Window not even able to shut him down, and there you go. Gone like the wind, 2 kills in hand. Finka and Ash both gone, traded for a cap can. You take those.
Exactly that. We've popped out of the equation the big aggressor for Team Dynasty. It will be making things a whole lot more difficult, but as you highlighted, yeah, with Kulo and Mallow gone, yeah, definitely a defensive dub in every shape and possibility. Though I say that there's still the LMGE in the hands of Life, but he's been a little bit on the quieter end of things, so I have to see if he'll be able to pop off to be able to keep Nutty Gaming afloat here, or whether it is going to be quite a kind of a quiet conclusion to NTE's run here in Playday number 3, but we'll have to see how things will really work out here, given that Kongi starting to make some of the advancements, and Orion able to punish Flux on that aggression. That certainly does put the ground into the even ground.
Cyro finds his 3rd. He could be on for the ace here, provided that Life and Kongi want to walk into his open arms, but it is going to be an aggress through the trophy door here. Smoke's starting to deny elsewhere as Life makes his way in, spotted from behind the shield. Spruce unfortunately not connecting. Life will go down. Not traded back. Kongi will find Spruce, and very quickly a 1 versus 2. Cyro and Sealy, the last 2 alive. Kongi finds a 2nd. Cyro to fall. Sealy now the last alive in a 1 versus 1. The res to come out, possibly from Kongi. Has the time. 30 seconds left is plenty if they want this res. Sealy with no nitro is going to hear the res and actually go for the flank here. The information possibly given. Kongi swings on out, goes down though. Sealy wins the fight. 20 health from behind. Sealy actually runs away live. Doesn't manage to spray down with the LMG somehow. And from deep inside of Armory and now Master Bathroom hiding from the Zofia. He doesn't need to know, but he gets stuck. Nutty, there's no way you deserve that, but Sealy getting stuck on the banister on his way down Astro. They didn't have the diffuser, they didn't have a hope, but Sealy just gives it to them for an extra round here in this matchup.
Oh, door stuck moment there for
Door stuck
for Sealy. But yeah, look, I mean, whilst a little bit of an annoyance given that Dynasty could have really wrapped it all up for themselves. It is happy days for Nutty Gaming, as you know that could be a good boost to their momentum, good boost to their morale, really, or at least, you know, just gotta get some memories going into some of these matches. So certainly suppose you take them where you get them, but oh man, a bit of a rough moment there for Sealy.
Oh, it's you love to see things like that. Yeah. It's always good fun. It makes for a good haha moment. A good haha moment, good content. And definitely, as you said, a little bit of a feels good for Nutty Gaming fans out there. But even with that round going in their favor, provided Dynasty don't drop the bag like that again, I don't think we see this one continue for much longer, given that Dynasty have been on an absolute tear. I mean, Spruce on the support character side. I mean, Smoke, Ace, 10 and 4 right now. Up there with Sealy on fragging operators. I mean, yes, Sealy cracked for his debut. An absolute insane first game right now. But Spruce always showing that you can get the job done with experience. And it is highlighted here in his scoreline. But everyone else on Dynasty still doing really well. I mean, Cyro with 3 in that round. Bopped with 7 so far. Flux with 6. It is all respectable efforts. And NTE, the same, now starting to catch up. It's only 3 rounds. It's definitely doable, Cthulhu.
Very much so, yeah. Very much so. The 3-round streak could certainly be achieved, and we've seen a number of teams pull that off. Well, then, shout out to SCA as well for having those kind of 6-3, 6-2 reverse sweeps to happen. But Bob, meanwhile, decides, yeah, you know what? You keep talking about ACA. We're here in ANZ. We're here to pull these kind of stunners off as well, with a C4 pre-placed Kilo as well out of the equation. Cyro, though, does get beamed at the end of it all, so Kongi back on his own shenanigans. And look, yeah, definitely almost forcing, you know, Nutty Gaming to just, come on, boys. Gotta get at least one more point. Come on, gotta get it, gotta get it going.
Kongi has definitely been... Yeah, Kongi has definitely been one of the highlight players for NTE. The damage dealt, the kills of Sealy. He has no clue how close he is to finding this kill right now on the Astro window. Impact will come out, possibly just a bait. Indeed it is. Orion now a little bit scared as to what's going on below him, but obviously with no follow-up from Sealy, it's not going to be too much of an issue. Will make his way back up the main stairs as well. Cthulhu, 1 minute and 20 seconds remain for both teams. 4 left alive for Dynasty, 3 for NTE, but some big fraggers. They have Kongi, they have Mallow. Definitely around that they could convert to keep them in it for one more.
Absolutely. 3v4. Tension is rising. Nutty Gaming about to go in for the full swing. Sealy gritty with that hold, getting rid of Kongi very much cleanly and nicely. Will be leaving only down to Orion and Mallow now, spread thin. And decision of where do they want to go in for the push. That's the Malusi out of the equation, but the smokes are going to be proving a whole lot of problems because Spruce managed to keep on holding onto 2 more of those, and that, with the lack of time, could be the most crucial bit of utility. But with a breach done, ooh, bit of a crouched performance, crouch play. Flux, he's a nowhere. He knows about the presence. 1 more player remaining, head height, but no actual swing. Sealy actually decides to tank through the whole smoke grenade, as I nearly lost it all, but so did Nutty Gaming. Mallow falls, and a GG to Dynasty.
There you go. A good way to close it out. Dynasty, overall well done. I mean, a solid performance from them this week after the addition of Sealy to the roster, and NTE, unfortunately, couldn't get more than 3, arguably, let's say 2 Cthulhu. They could have had it at a 7-2, but door stuck definitely made things a little bit more interesting.
Certainly opened up a few possibilities, but look, it definitely gave us quite a fair bit of really solid content. And look, for Dynasty, another 3-pointer.
And gentlemen, what a match it was! I was sitting here in the cheap seats enjoying the whole run of it, despite a phenomenal little start from Nutty Gaming. Unfortunately, all the gas was expended early, and Proto Dynasty clapped back in a big way. And Sealy, a debut and a half.
Yeah, solid performance from Sealy. I mean, the first couple of rounds, not necessarily telling, I think, of what we should have been expecting to see from him, given that his fragging prowess previous to this was always no question, and he definitely performed tonight. I mean, across multiple roles, across multiple operators, definitely showed up and pulled up his weight big time for this matchup. I mean, as you said, a great debut.
And obviously, Cthulhu, there was a bit of concern at the very start that he gave look like they might have been able to, you know, go toe-to-toe with Dynasty, but it all fell apart as we sort of got deeper and deeper into things.
Yeah, look, I think the initial kind of wow factor ended up surpassing rather quickly here for Nutty Gaming, at least against Dynasty, where Dynasty kind of, they took a moment to, you know, get accustomed to, but I think the biggest indication of that Dynasty were ready to, you know, call it a wrap, I think, was the result of round number 5, which I'm very much keen to hear from Spruce.
Well, believe it or not, it's not Spruce, it's the new young gun Sealy coming in for a chat. He's taken over interview duties. Look, first things first, welcome to the OCL, Sealy. What a debut it was for you. And I mean, just talk us through it. You've traded one old fogey for another one.
Yeah, no, it was good. It's fun. It's unfortunate that I had to wait 2 Playdays to play, but of course Drex stepped in, even though we didn't get wins. All mate tries his best, so yeah, I'm happy to play.
Yeah, look, Celia, run us through that round number 5, because did you guys actually get, you know, baited out thinking that it was the AVG hold and then decided, oh, just send it onto the side? Or like, what was happening?
Well, yeah, look, it wasn't that we got baited. It's just that Bopt said they went same again, and they said they were mapped. So, you know, we're doing our take. Everything's going fine. We're sitting there thinking, this is going a bit too easy. I broke open sight, and I'm like, guys, this is not sight. And 45 seconds left. And we weren't even really mad. It was just funny. So we flipped our push, and obviously Spruce just farmed up Astro Stairs and closed out the round. But a bit scary.
Yeah. You love to see it. It panned out well, I guess. And I mean, from your point of view, obviously your first Playday, how do you think things were in the Dynasty camp? I mean, you guys looked great, cohesive. It was executed really, really well. How do you feel everything was going for Playday number 1 and then going forward from that?
Individually, I'm very confident in myself, so I'm chilling. And obviously, like I've been practicing with the team. Like Drex did play the first 2 Playdays, but I've been the one in scrims, so we've been getting all the practice with me. So obviously, we're getting a lot more comfortable with each other. We're becoming closer as a team, becoming like better at coordinating everything. So we also got a map Villa, which we're pretty comfy with. So I hopped in. It was just usual. I mean, the game should have been 7-2, but I got stuck on a pillar running down Astro Stairs, so I got shot, which was, unfortunate, but obviously we closed it out the next round. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, we all saw that. We were all on your POV.
Yeah.
But look, I'm sorry, I have to do this here, Sealy. I got to throw you under the gun. Which is the better teammate? Which ex-Kanga member is the better to play with, Campo or Spruce?
Oh, both old, both terrible. Spruce is probably angrier, but Spruce also plays better support than Campo. Campo's a sharper, but he can't IGL. I'd say Spruce. Take the old man.
Oh, there you have it. Well, look, congratulations. A big debut for you. Before you let your head off, though, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Obviously, shout out my mate, User TM, my gym mate, looking huge as late. And shout out Drex for playing the first Playdays.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you head off and enjoy your victory. We're looking forward to potentially seeing you next week, Sealy. Have a good one, yeah?
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, look, he's lucky. He gave us the right answer, so he will be sticking around with Dynasty. But, I mean, what a way to kick off your first Playday.
Oh, phenomenal, as always. Look, I definitely had quite the hopes for Sealy's performance, and definitely I was not disappointed.
And look, Proto, we've had a couple of very interesting runs in the history of CL. Is this the flash of the pan, or do you reckon Sealy's gonna be in for the long haul? Is this the consistency we want to see from the young man?
I think it is. I definitely think it's going to be the start of a, hopefully, fingers crossed, long career for him down the near sort of future. But albeit with a showing like that for your Playday number 1, I would definitely be sticking around for some more.
Well, speaking of sticking around for some more, we're going to be throwing it to a break when we come back after we jump on onto map 3. We'll see you guys back very soon.
Let the night take over. Take a dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer.
There's something in the air. touch. You turn it down, but you pray for it. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for it. You want her, but you're out of touch. You turn it down, but you pray for it. Out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. It's not enough for her to leave them in flames. She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later, she's playing ice cold. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle.
2 maps down and 2 to go. We turn our attention to map 3, of course. 1620 Kings taking on the other newcomer in the competition, Altered Edge. 1620 Kings, a very storied team in this competition, but Proto, look, there's been a lot of chatter around it. It's a pretty simple fact. You don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Why do Altered Edge keep doing it?
I don't know. I really don't know. It's things have not been panning out for them, unfortunately, since their introduction to the Challenge League so far. They've had some moments that have looked really, really good, but albeit they have not been able to convert anything as of just yet. And going up against 1620, there's been some banter outside of Playdays here. Obviously, these two teams, the first time that they have met on game day is today, and I'm excited to see how it pans out. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top.
And Cthulhu, obviously we know them, we love them. They've been here for a good long while with some fresh faces, though, in the mix. 1620 Kings have been looking rather strong. Not so much recently, but comparatively over the last 8 months.
Yeah, look, in general, kind of their overall performance has been very much still a formidable one, and certainly it was good to see how well they were able to even catch a dub over Dynasty, albeit it wasn't in the full regulation, it was in overtime. It was still a win on Theme Park. That's something that you can quite easily boast about.
Now, look, we do love to have a bit of a chat with a specific member of the 1620 Kings, and boy can he chat. We sat down and had a chat with the man himself, Chef Jeff, just to figure out how things are working in the 1620 Kings camp.
I'm Chef Jeff. We're 1620 Kings, and we're playing OCL Stage 2. See, I feel like Siege it's such a unique game in the sense that it allows so much more creativity in what I can do in the game. What drove me to keep playing the game was I wanted to be better than my mates because I'm just too much of a competitive person. And I copped a bit of lip from them in terms of how bad I was at the time, but I was playing on a pretty bad laptop, and I got more drawn to it in the sense that I was able to play from like how I think rather than my mechanical ability, because mechanics wise it's never been my forte, and I think that it's been a lot of fun to kind of outthink in a lot of situations. I'm definitely someone who likes to kind of have a bit of fun because you can't be too serious all the time, and I feel like that the time for seriousness is when like you're working, when you're studying, when you're competing, but like the boys is the boys, and you just kind of like just gotta send it, have a bit of fun. Differentiating the game and social life is very difficult. For me, I've been playing competitive for now just over 2 years, and one thing that this has done it's built friendships on like, and as much as online friendships kind of like people kind of don't really see them as legitimate as like someone you meet at university or school or work. I feel like the connections that I've made with people online it's been a determining factor in my life, and they've helped me through some dark times, and a lot of them are on my team. So I've got a very positive environment around me competitively, and that's a part of what keeps me going. I am studying to be a high school history teacher, and over the stage break, I'm very lucky that the team didn't kind of fall apart because I was gone for about 2 weeks on placement. I was at schools, I was teaching, and that was probably the most enjoyable 2 weeks I've had in a uni semester, considering my entire Uh, my entire uni life has been online studying due to COVID. But yeah, no, it's outside. It's like you can't like focus everything on Siege, and I'm definitely working on building career paths and keeping myself busy outside where I can, and when I'm not, keeping myself busy with scrims and prac online with the team. The support networks from outside the game as to me playing the game is something that I honestly had not really expected. I don't like, even my family is like, my dad, like, he watches the games that I play. Like, as cringe as that might sound to some people, I appreciate that my family is actually supportive of something that I'm trying to do and something I'm trying to have a bit of fun with. It's hard to believe that there's actually fans that support us at times. But for everyone that actually does support us, including the all 1620 Kings, like, you're all wonderful people, and we do see all the messages, we do see all the support, and it means a lot. Because I think there are a lot of times where people really question what are we actually doing at times, and I think that sometimes seeing those positive messages kind of is a bit of reinforcement that we're kind of moving along the right path.
I mean, look, the guy, as much as he is entertaining, he's pretty down to earth about the whole thing. He's one of the longest running members of the Challenger League to date, and one of the most standout players as well. Let's get onto the vetoes, gentlemen, and see where this battle will be taking place. Theme park again. Proto, how has this been allowed?
Okay. Interesting. I mean, I would assume that watched the game last week, or at least you would think they did. And yes, 1620 won it. It was an 8-7. So maybe Altered Edge are thinking that they've got some hope here coming into this map, because it wasn't a very decisive win from 1620. A win nonetheless. But we have to look at obviously how it panned out. 8-7 overall. It was a 50-50 trade. I mean, shaky from both sides. Dynasty, obviously, who they were versing. But I mean, I'm surprised that Altered Edge even let it through, given that 1620 still won it.
Well, we are getting just ready to jump on into the map, of course. Shout out to old, what do we call him? Chef Dad? Dad Jeff? Watching the matches. Hi. We hope you enjoy. Well, it depends on whether he wins or not, but
Chef
that's
Dad.
not up to me. The Chef Dad, hope you're enjoying your evening. We look forward to, having you here for our broadcast. But Cthulhu, we're about to jump into it. Altered Edge, it feels like maybe they've made a bit of a mistake here, taking a team like 1620 Kings to a map like Theme Park.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a odd one out of the choice, given that Oregon was up for them to actually pick to go to. So it's definitely a bit of a questionable moment. But look, if Altered Edge have the confidence to play it on, and given that Theme Park is one of those maps that, generally speaking, is a map that doesn't get really frequently picked or trained, so maybe they're playing for more so that kind of unpredictability factor. But yeah, like you guys both alluded to it, they might have forgotten that 1620 Kings already got to play on it and still managed to cop a win.
Not to mention the fact that over the last sort of how many months we've seen 1620 Kings willingly go here a couple of times. But yeah. Cthulhu, before we send you up, final thoughts on the map?
Final thoughts, I'm thinking regulation here for 1620 Kings. A three-pointer is definitely looking upon them.
Well, Proto, unlike Faulty, you're sticking around. You're playing in this, of course, on the casting desk. But aside from Faulty from Core, what can we expect in Theme Park?
Faulty for Core, man. That's all I have to say. For Theme Park here, 1620, nothing out of the ordinary. As I've said before already tonight, business as usual, I would imagine, Panda. I mean, yes, they had a little bit of a shaky week. Last play against Dynasty, it did go to that maximum round count, 15, all the way through. They still walked away with it, though. So they had a good, well, obviously a good outcome. They won. But, albeit, coming up against Altered Edge, they haven't had the greatest start to the Challenger League. Yet to find a win. Oregon, obviously taken out of the veto. They lost it last week pretty heavily. So maybe not wanting to go straight back. albeit Theme Park is going to be an interesting one. Osa and Knock off the board straight away.
I mean, that's incredibly understandable on a map like Theme Park with so much horizontal play, so much setup that you can utilize on the backs of both those operators. Valkyrie banned on the defense from Old Edge. I mean, one of the most impactful defensive operators on this map. And though with the introduction of Azami, she's going to be let through. Mira is the answer there. Do you reckon that Azami being up and available here on Theme Park could be detrimental?
Yes, it is going to be, I would imagine, utilized by 1620. Have had some chats with Salvo behind the scenes, who definitely says that Azami is a character that he likes to implement, or at least enjoys. So whether or not we see those in the strategies for 1620 tonight, a completely different question, albeit. But right now, Azami for round number 1, not on the board. Armory thrown, not quite. I would say an Azami-friendly site. You don't really need an Azami for downstairs, so no real surprise. But kicking things off, 1620 definitely, I think, going to have the upper hand starting this match out here on the defensive side.
I mean, the thing that is most intriguing to me, of course, they've not picked up the Azami. They have picked up the Thorn. Yes, she's got a good gun, but the gadget, for the most part, is incredibly situational. More than anything, it's utilized to push an operator out of a position rather than actually go for that kill. So I'm intrigued how 1620 King is going to look to play this. Yes, they bring the Italian duo once again. Ooh. Maestro and the Alibi in play. Okay, I see it. I respect it. Some cheeky positions here from KJ to try and catch out some default plants.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what you were just saying. It is used more of a force to clear as opposed to find kills, and there you go, exact. But right off the bat here, Chef on this cash balcony, on the default, will be shot out, wants to go for this spawn peek, wants to get aggressive. The question is will he commit to it? Knows that there's some players close by, given that the camera is shot, but 2 players, too many targets. He's going to get back inside with his life intact, and unfortunately no kill. Hamyo, very, very lucky.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily reading into the potential number of spawns over the side from Altered Edge. He had the right idea. There was a player there, but there was an extra player there. And so maybe if it committed to that left-hand play, he would have found the kill. But in that situation, you're risking playing your life there, which is the last thing you want. Machine spots the player on the rappel. From the looks of it, that was, I would say, Hamyo. But, I mean, losing your Nomad that early on into a round could have been huge.
Well, huge for 1620, maybe not huge for Altered Edge, but even still, a bit of a slower round for AE right now. All of the police, from what we can see, still yet to make their way in after a minute of time has elapsed. 1620 on this upstairs hold, doing really well. I mean, they've got 3 players on this top floor locking it down, and there you go. As players start to make their way into security and take into cash, everything starts to come into motion now for Altered Edge as they try and cut some of these roamers off on the top floor.
1620 Kings actually doing a phenomenal job of delaying time already. We're about to hit that halfway mark, and they aren't even remotely close to the site right now. So if Altered Edge aren't careful, they're going to find themselves in about 60 seconds out of time. Tester does just spot Voon too little too late. He's going to duck out. Shots missed from Voon there.
Unfortunate, but it actually makes a good call to go to the hatch, but Tester ready to collect. Voon goes down once more. There's an opening pick. Unfortunately, a trend we've seen from him recently, but albeit Altered Edge now, not long left, and 1620 hold the advantage, finding that opening pill.
Massive shots onto the toes. I mean, how many times do you see teams setting up? And no, there's not a huge amount of vertical above thrown in the armory, but you can still try and clear out whatever breach denial is there. Set yourself up for the hold, deny any sort of flanks as well, but Altered Edge, they are going to have a bit of a tough time getting this open and getting themselves in, especially with the older 5.56 trained in the position that it is. Anyone pushing in through that doorway is going to be minced.
Well, I mean, we saw Lonely last week on the older Panda, and it's a spectacular to watch in the hands of someone like Lonely. But the nade missing, Altered Edge. You can't be making these mistakes in the last few seconds as the impacts now come out as well from Lonely. Unfortunately, not able to deny the whole breach, but there you go. He's going to be able to shut down some of 20-second 4 versus 5. Altered Edge are going to have to go huge here, but as you said, the Alder train, it's going to have to be a walk-in into the meat grinder right now. The Alder starts to go. Malachi for the first. KJ will find one onto Cloud, but it's Hamyo to trade back. They vault on through. Lonely for 2. Machine to finish it out. The Alder rips and tears. And K16 lock it down in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, look. That's kind of the whole plan. Like, that's why you run the Maestro in that setup, and it worked exactly how 1620 Kings wanted it to. Altered Edge played perfectly into the hand. There was a moment where it potentially could have come undone, the flank straight through that dragon door. Luckily, there was support. They knew that Lonely was going to be a significant portion of that win condition in the round, so they backed themselves, they play for the trades, and it comes together perfectly.
I mean, all we heard for the last, 5 seconds there, Blue Panda, was LMG fire. Both of that being Alda, you know, the Finker LMG, everything was sort of just letting loose there at the end of the round, but ultimately 1620 come out on top of it. And keeping that in mind, only losing 2 players in that execute there from Altered Edge. So unable to find the kills that they necessarily require to get into the site, but the job was well done. And there we go, round number 2 for them now. Azami from Machine, straight in here. So we didn't have to wait too long. But she's here now. So 1620. There you go. Salvo definitely didn't lie to us this time.
Yeah, look, we won't talk to his musical taste right now, but the setup is quite efficient. They've got so much in terms of not just utility burn, but info denial, anchor positioning in that position, you know, the stall and the smoke. And I mean, it's one of those, it's a perfect storm on the side of the defense. If they can pull this off, I don't think Altered Edge are going to even get eyes on the site.
No, if Altered Edge play it very similar to how they did in the last round, I mean, if it takes them that long just to make it into the building and start trying to clear the roamers out again, I mean, 1620 are going to start to realize this. But Voon, on the entry downstairs, switched off of the Finker, as well as the Sledge, actually, onto the Jackal now to try and lock some of these roamers down. So it's a good pick here for Altered Edge. I do rate it. But whether or not it is going to amount too much, I mean, he has some good control towards the main side, but 1620 are nowhere close to it.
Then eyes on for this match definitely has to be Test. I mean, the current kill record holder in the Challenger League, so definitely one that can put up numbers when needed. KJ, having been scanned out there, still playing this cafe door. It's such a key position that he needs to be able to hold here. Even if he doesn't get a kill, just delaying time, stopping that push from coming into the building is everything from that position.
Yeah, as Cloudful attempts to let it rip like Lonely did. Unfortunately, to no avail, like Lonely found. 1 minute and 30 is left in play here. Altered Edge again, not really too much to their names. As I say that though, Tester, a considerable amount of damage taken inside of control. Sorry, from control, Voon. With damage dealt. KJ now as well to find some damage onto himself. And unfortunately, almost then finds the kill, but his life lost to Cloud. Machine will consolidate. We'll find one on a Voon, but Altered Edge are actually starting to clean things up here on this execute and finding some good kills early.
Yeah, there we go, Machine. 2 more keeper barricades in pocket, and you can see the rest of K16 looking to get a bit aggressive in some of their angles. Jeff, an absolute wizard with the M590 and SMG11 combo, and there we go. I say his name, and he appears. Cloudfuller down.
It's down, 40 seconds left. Tamyo, Machine, a shot he shouldn't have hit. Will Namdi to go down. Malachi the last alive here for Altered Edge. Not much hope left at all. Will walk in to find 1, make it 2. No bullets left though, has to go for the reload. Opts to stand completely still in daycare, but still not traded out by Chef. Playing the passive game, waiting for the rotate of his teammate, but Malachi needs to find one of these kills to get the 1v1, but the internet, I think, becoming an issue. Regardless of the fact, Machine closes it out. K16, another round on the board.
Killed, having his ankles broken there. And, yeah, I mean, this seems to be a consistent trend that we're seeing out of Altered Edge, where technical issues are hampering them. And if I'm wrong, don't they have a sub that's capable of playing on game days?
They do, yeah, they do. A very, very capable sub, actually. Arguably someone who may even be good enough for core. But we won't delve too much into that, Blue Panda. I mean, it's people may not necessarily know. We shouldn't bring it up too much. But still, for Altered Edge, on game day right now, number 3, not going the greatest for them. 1620 lock down the second and go into Drug Lab, Blue Panda. This is not the site that I was expecting at all. Cash still available for play, but not touched whatsoever by 1620
100%.
so far.
I was expecting this sort of thing out of 1620 Kings. Of course, they'd be the ones to go here. But, I mean, my eyes drawn immediately to Lonely on the Tachanka, running the Shamika launcher and the DT-27. I mean, not only can it pump out a lot of damage, but being able to stall out with the Shamika fire grenades, pairing that with the setup with the castle. I mean, look at that machine as well. I mean, what a shot he hit in that last round. He's also 5-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, Altered Edge have just really not had a lot of luck on entries whatsoever. Voon, I hate to bring it up, but it is a trend that we've seen. He's been playing Thinkers, he's been playing entry operators like Jackal, and most weeks now, most play days, he has just not had much impact on entry whatsoever. We've seen Hamyo picking up the torch, Malachi even has had some really big games for Altered Edge, so, I mean, why not switch Voon onto more of that supporting role? Either or could be some of the issue that we're seeing, maybe experiencing, but 1620 are definitely loving life right now as they're 2 rounds ahead.
Who shot Tester with the EMP from the bulletproof camera? I heard that. We all saw it.
We did.
Someone is going to have to answer that later on. But right now, Altered Edge, they get themselves in the building. It is, I mean, I want to say slightly more accelerated, but this is also theme park. You have to remember. Hugely expansive map horizontally. So even just because you're in the building, crossing the entirety of the map still is going to take you at least a minute.
Yeah, and even then, they look like they've completely given up on that as 4 players rotate downstairs into Gong and make their way towards the 90 hallway here near lockers at the bottom of those yellow stairs and start to look for an execute, maybe towards bathroom, something like that might be the plan, but Hamyo taking up an interesting position. Voon actually will open things up with a kill under Chef. So Altered Edge actually finding the opening pick here for this round and making some good time now as they start to pick up some of these kills.
I mean, it's your Oryx. It's easily redeemable if we're being honest with ourselves. Oryx is not integral to any sort of defense, but Hamyo taking down Tester. The less guns on the board, the harder it is going to be for 1620 Kings, obviously, to hold on. And Tester and Jeff, 2 of the very, very capable fraggers on this roster. KJ bringing one back, and all of a sudden, I mean, that is comfortable territory. 1620 Kings can easily mop this up.
Yeah, 100%. They've got 3 very capable players. Diffuser control actually there for KJ, but whether or not he knows it's a different question as the rest of Altered Edge now try and move to consolidate that machine to find one on a Malachi as well, but Voon inside of the side, or at least very close to it, will find Lonely, and KJ dropping down into split, doesn't find the kill, unfortunately, possibly due to the nano boost. Machine there to at least trade out one Hamyo to fall. The Diffuser still down. Machine spots the legs of the Thinker, will be able to confirm as well. The Adrenal Surge not there. 30 seconds remain for Cloudfuller in a 1 versus 1. Machine yet to be taken down. 8-0 as the Diffuser needs to be retrieved here for Altered Edge. Blue Panda, Cloud's going to have to go huge.
Can old Steve fella do it right now? He's on. He's got the gun. He's got the nades. But has he got the aim? Because Machine certainly has proven that he does.
Attackers have recovered
Definitely. They're going to get the Diffuser. Cloud needs to make a play into the site here. He's going to have to go at lightning speeds to make it into the back of Drug. 5 seconds left. Machine just needs to wait. The bomb now being planted. He's going to hear this. He's going to be able to walk on in. Machine, he's going to be able to stay up for a considerable time longer as he walks on in and cleans things up. Quad kill for Machine even in the round. Finds himself his 9th and still deathless. Blue Panda stretching the hamstrings at the end as well there. 1620 Kings.
Not exactly the word I would have used.
Hey, look, we got to give it to him. We got to give it to him.
He knows. Won. He knows he was on his last bullet when he got that. But look, he's got 9 kills unanswered in 3 rounds played. He could be on to set a new KD record, currently held by Tiltek and Luna at a 7.0, which is a massive feat. I mean, the crazy thing is Tiltek was 14-2, Luna was 7-1. So they technically both hold it. In Altered Edge, 3 rounds in, called attack pause. Understandably, given that, well, if you look at the board, Proto, Machine has the same number of kills as Altered Edge does.
Yeah, that's not good. Not good at all for Altered Edge, unfortunately. But we do have to sort of look into how these rounds have panned out, Blue Panda. That last round was very, very close. Provided Machine doesn't get a quad kill there, that's an Altered Edge round. Albeit, Drawing out the tech timeout early on, 16-20, this is good. It shows that they're already making them question what's going on. 3 rounds in, they have found no consolidation whatsoever, no round. They haven't really got a leg into this game just yet. Yes, they have some kills on the board, but it doesn't really amount to too much for them. 16-20 have just been outplaying them at every turn. I mean, a 2 versus 4 to lose with Machine finding a quad kill in a 1v1 is not the rounds that you should be losing. On a drug lab site, which we didn't see last week at all from 16-20 Kings, could also be an issue why we didn't see it, why it panned out the way it did, but still, you should be winning those.
I mean, it's also impressive, I'm trying to think of the right word, flexibility, I suppose, that we are seeing out of Machine. Not only is he playing the Jaeger, he's picking up the mute here on this side, he's still deathless in the round. So he's obviously quite capable of playing whatever his team needs him to. The fluidity that he's showing right now is truly impressive.
A man of many talents, I think some would say. Back in his Harpixel days, White Dragon, all of those. He's been a player that has shown himself on countless occasions. A bullet hole demon from a time long ago. But coming forward onto the 16-20 Kings roster has definitely been someone that is definitely a close watch. And always someone that you look to perform to, because he always does for this roster, indeed. And is definitely living up to those expectations, I guess we could say, here in this matchup so far for 16-20.
We are starting to see this, like, concerning trend, I suppose would be the best way to describe it, from Altered Edge, where they are making a move and then droning. So it's not drone, make the move, and then consolidate. So they are, you know, right there, Malachi goes, pops the door, and then the drones go inside. What if someone had gone for a pre-fire? That would have been your sledge off the board immediately. So I think they need to try and stop themselves from getting too many steps ahead, which is currently what we're seeing.
Oh, Chef, speaking of too many steps ahead, does Vu necessarily realize that this player is close right here? Chef they haven't spotted each other at all. Now, Chef close on this wall could open things up here.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he's going to find Malachi, so, I mean, it counts for an opener. But they have no clue. There is no information in kids whatsoever. Chef finds that kill. Hamyo goes down as well elsewhere. Machine finding that kill for his 10th already in round number 4. And Altered Edge find themselves 2 players down the drain.
No, I'm not going to say it. We're not going to jinx it. We're not doing anything. We're just going to keep going. We're going to
just keep talking.
Just keep talking and no one explodes, I think is the best way to put it. But I mean, you've lost your sledge, you've lost your Ying. So not only have you lost any sort of, you know, entry onto the site setup, you've also lost that utility clear off the frag grenades. And I mean, it's not looking great right now for Altered Edge. They are well and truly being outpaced. 16-20 Kings know exactly what they need to be doing. I mean, 16-20 Kings have felt comfortable enough that they're not even bringing Jaeger or Wemai.
Yeah. Or Azami, an operator that they have sort of looked like they are enjoying, but Voon at least will find one. KJ goes down, so bathroom presence lost. Chef, close left of this breach right now. A player close on pillar as well, which means Namni might have a bit more of an interesting time entering into the site than maybe he would have hoped for, as Lonely goes back onto the outer. Chef will spot one towards Split. It's going to have to be a bit of a mixed push here for Altered Edge, given that they don't have the numbers whatsoever, the Maverick, to open up the holes in the wall, but it's only a bait. Nothing really coming from it. Tested to find Namni outside the yellow breach, and now Altered Edge are going to have to pick that diffuser back up and look to make a play into the site. Cloudfuller walks into Split, or at least tries to. Can't find the pick. Does make it down the hallway. Chef there to collect. Make it both. No, sorry, Lonely from the pillar. It's actually there to find him. And 16-20 are going to take another round and put it on the board. Altered Edge cannot do anything whatsoever right now.
I mean, this is also after the tech pause too, so they don't have anything else in the pocket.
No, this is it.
4 rounds in a row, and I mean, yeah, look, Theme Park tends to lean towards that defender side of the fair in terms of the overall map play, but not for potentially... look, I'm going to be honest, if this carries on, we're staring down the barrel of a 7-0, and that is not how Theme Park traditionally plays out.
Machine hasn't died, Panda. He has not died once.
And you curse it. That's what I was not talking about.
Hey, look, either way, even if he dies now, 10-0 is an insane number in 4 rounds. At the moment, touch wood, at the moment, Altered Edge have not been able to deal with one player, and that's one player too many. That's why they haven't found any rounds. And, you know, we talk about their tack pause. They don't have anything left in the pocket. I mean, we haven't really seen them switch up too much at all in this match so far. We now see Cloud switch onto the lane. We do see the implementation of the Amaru for Hamyo. But is it too little too late? I mean, the best they can find is a 4-2. And at that point, 16-20, as you said, are already looking good, staring down the barrel of that 7-0 if they keep this up.
And they are a team that prides themselves on a competent attack as well. It's something that they have diligently worked on over the last 6 months to get themselves in a position where they can comfortably contest on the attack. So that obviously as well has to be a bit of a concern. Machine, default cam shot out. He's on the hunt though, still not wavering in his aggression. And I mean, again, it's insane the numbers that he's putting up. He has 50% of 16-20 Kings kills right now.
Yeah, and he's been doing a great job at doing it. But right now, Altered Edge again, a little bit of a slower take into the site. And Hamyo out here, it looks like it might be some sort of a rush play into the kitchen / backside of the dorms, but whether or not that really amounts to much right now, Altered Edge are sort of really reaching for a play, Voon, to open things up onto Tester, but I mean, unless Hamyo can go big here on this end.
He's waiting for it, which is, I mean, the longer he takes, the worse it's going to get, because Jeff is so busy worrying about these vert angles. As soon as he gets bored of that, he's going to start wondering, you know, maybe someone's contesting towards kitchen. And that's where all of a sudden this unexpected Amaru is very much read into.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there you go. Chef already starting to sort of walk away a little bit here. The rotate is there, though. And we've seen Chef, I mean, even in the last Playday versing Dynasty, in this position do big work. But Chef knows possibly there is a player below him, Voon, sort of just walking on up. It's now whether will he win it? No, the shot's missed. And Chef now forced to walk on through the Bishop of Boomstick. But there you go. Hamyo from behind, there to collect. Goes on into the kitchen. Finds that kill. Voon up the main stairs now, looking for some more. Lonely there. Has retaken that position. KJ to take down Cloudfuller and Namni. 2 big kills at the top of yellow. Not the third, though. Malachi for the trade. Voon to find one. Machine, though, still deathless. Takes down Malachi. A 1 versus 2. It's definitely a doable situation for him. Hamyo takes some damage somehow. Possibly Suyi Gate the bomb yet to be retrieved. Machine not necessarily aware that he has the diffuser in his control, but this is good. This is good for Altered Edge. The first time we've seen them utilize their drones in a time that they need to, Panda. 40 seconds. Machine needs to go huge.
Still very shallow, though. He's still got 2 Kiva barricades, so he can alter the battlefield, potentially, and set himself up for that push. He's going to start the rotate around.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. They have
Oh,
planted
no.
it right for him. Absolutely denied, and he can just tuck into a corner and wait. Voon going to be going toe-to-toe. He swings. Machine! No, can't do it, and finally goes down. Altered Edge on the board, but, oh, look. That could have been a completely different tale.
So close. So close for Machine. That was very winnable. That was very, very winnable. But at the end of the day, Altered Edge finally get themselves on the board and put themselves on the scoreboard for this game. It took them 5 rounds. It took them their tactical pause. But they're in it now with somewhat of a chance, provided 16-20 don't absolutely turn the burners on from here, which, I mean, let's be honest, they've looked like they've been on par for a very quick win this game so far. Machine, unfortunately, now not deathless. Do apologize, Machine, that might be my bad. But still, 12 kills is big, Panda. 12 kills is still really big.
It's still a 12k, dude.
It's still a 12-0, so he still could be on for it.
Yeah, look, you take it where you can. But I mean, we started to see the frustrations manifest there in that last round for Altered Edge. Hamyo gets into kitchen, greeds for the kill onto Jeff, jumping back down into bottom arcade, which, I mean, you've already taken the ground, you've already committed up there. Luckily for them, the round does result in a 16-20 Kings loss, but, I mean, that is a massive overstep to be making just for a single kill.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It is. But, even still, so far, 16-20 have been absolutely deadly on the defense and could definitely look good to close this out on a 5-1 half. I mean, getting that down to a 1 versus 1 not only further highlights why Machine is an absolute gunner, but just shows how clued in 1620 are to everything that Altered Edge are sort of bringing right now. Voon is going to mess up the vert nade, takes more damage than he deals. Ultimately doesn't even connect, I don't think, and there you go, yeah. Ultimately takes more damage than has dealt with those 2 nades, and both of those utility pieces now gone.
Yeah, the Machine has received the call that there is some downstairs presence, and you can see him. He's on the hunt right now, looking to try and inflict some damage and rack those kills up a little bit further. Drone is going to spot KJ, who I must say, I mean, it's not the biggest of numbers. He's only 4-4 right now, but he's steadily he established himself as a comfortable member of this team.
He has, and he's sort of fit in really well to the roster right now, or even throughout all the play days. But shield to be cleared here. Nate's being drawn out. KJ, in his infinite wisdom, is going to actually choose to fall away for the time being towards the middle of yellow, top of yellow, playing for more of that lurking style. Machine, some big damage dealt onto Voon, and now those last 2 adrenal surges are going to be used, getting him back up to a healthy state of mind going into this last half round. Panda, Machine's definitely hunting for more, but there you go. Chef Jeff to kick things off. Voon goes down, and that is your Finker gone.
We are just over the halfway mark here, and already there's half the drones gone. So you got to wonder where these drones are currently positioned right now, because they're not feeding through info. We saw that flank out of Machine. He got some significant damage onto Voon from that position. Machine, look at that. He's even made the call. He's rotating his keeper barricade so he can look to get a bit more aggressive. They know that he's there, though, since he opened that hole with the D50.
No. It's all going wrong right now. I mean, they just can't, Altered Edge just can't connect anything. Tesla to find a second. There you go. KJ from yellow finds Malachi walking out of Cafe. Cloud now and Namni, the last 2 alive, but Namni's not even going to get anything. I don't know how KJ wins that, but he does. Cloud takes down Machine. So the KD, unfortunately, not going to be up there anymore. Chef Jeff to finish the round off, and there you go. A 5-1-1 for 1620. Domination is the only word we can use to describe that so far. Definitely looking good to make this a quick one.
Poor Machine. He was on for it too. Well, I mean, look, the best he could hope for is a 7.5 KD, which would be 15 kills, the 2 deaths. He's got 2 rounds to do it, and he only needs, I think it was, what, 3? But look at what's being hovered currently. I doubt that we'll see all of this stuck through, but I have the feeling that at least one of these attacking operators will slide on in.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz on the board with a Blackbeard as well could be scary. But either way,
Defenders, protect your bombs from
we'll see if it actually gets played. 1620, obviously, looking to maybe bring a little bit of shock and awe here to the lineup. That's if they stick it. And given that we haven't seen any 6 picks just yet, it definitely looks like that might be the case, Panda. Altered Edge, though, I mean, they've got the Warden. So they do have some anti-flash, I guess we could say, and the Malusia to slow that push down, but is it going to be enough is the question.
Oh dear. Look, yeah, it definitely feels like Altered Edge have been outpaced. And this is, I think, the showing of a team that has been playing in the Challenger League ecosphere for as long as they have, flexing their muscles and what they're capable of, and already you could see Altered Edge are trying to get aggressive, trying to lean into the spawn peaks, but 1620 Kings have been around the block a few times now. They're not going to fall for that.
No, I don't imagine they will. I do not imagine they will whatsoever. Especially changing the Blitz out for the Jackal Chef. Maybe a little bit more comfortable. No Buck. Instead, Lonely taking up that one today. But we already hear Machines LMG going to work elsewhere on the mat. 1620 again. I mean, very similar to Altered Edge at the moment. Slower on the approach, but arguably a lot more thorough with the information, as we already see drones doing big work.
Malachi scouted, forced to back off from his position in the showers. Jeff down below on the lurk is hunting, voraciously trying to find any member of Altered Edge that he can. She says, hold on, KJ, it's me crossing, don't you shoot me. Because that'd not be a conducive environment to be working in going into the remainder of this round. Voon in initiation. You can see it's a lot of hovering from Altered Edge, but nothing with significant purpose.
Yeah, no, not really. But either or. I mean, a minute and 30 left is plenty of time. Altered Edge. I mean, they're going to find the opener as Malachi takes down KJ. So at least they have that Machine there to instantly trade back out. One still inside of control. Machine, unfortunately, not hitting those shots straight away. Pre-fires are good, and Voon goes down once again in the early stages of another round for Altered Edge. Taking out the Ana as a trade for the Warden and the Malusi. Probably a worth trade. I mean, 2 nades and the Replicator for utility that's already been placed and forgotten about. But Altered Edge, a minute left is a lot of time to play with still for both sides.
Namni tucked in behind Throne, trying to hold on with his 2 teammates for now. Hamio taking down Jeff, reduces it to a 3 versus 3. The Jackal off the board could have been big, but you look at the utility and the setup that's still remaining for K16. They've got every single tool they could possibly want to make this push theirs.
And the time, 40 seconds, a lot to work with. Cloud close and split, Hamio with barrels, Namni inside of the site. So good positions available for crossfires from Altered Edge. 1620 might actually have a difficult time getting in here. 30 seconds is not long now as they start to make it down. Machine peeking into barrels. Doesn't know that Hamio is here necessarily, with no drones able to help dictate that position. He does have some sort of inkling that there is a player close by. Testo actually to open things up. Machine with the pre-fires. He's so close to finding the head of Hamio here, but Testo teases the bomb plant. Hamio gives himself away, and Machine actually just chooses to leave him. Goes toward the site, lonely on the cover. This is perfect. The bomb's going to go down if allowed to, but Namni will actually find the player covering and the plant, and now up to Machine. No, the shots miss. Hamio connects. An Altered Edge somehow win a round and put the second on the board.
And
do it.
And Hamio playing a dangerous game. Altered Edge get themselves a second, and yeah, it was that barrels hold that came back to bite the Machine's call. Obviously the wrong one, but they've still got 3 rounds to mess around with. They've got options and space quite clearly. Bunk Daycare up next, and I mean, obviously that's one of the harder sites to push into if you don't have the correct utility lineup. So I think K16 are quite happy with Throne and Armory locked out for 2 rounds.
Yeah, look, Throne Armory being gone is going to give a bit of an opening for 1620 to make some plays elsewhere, obviously, depending on the 2 sites that they pick subsequently. Obviously, Kids and Kitchen being the first, Bunk and Dorms, but Altered Edge actually having a pretty decent first round on the defense. I mean, yes, it came down to another very close affair, a 3 versus 3, but Namni went huge in that round. Actually, the first 2 kills that he's found in this game, and arguably the 2 most impactful that Altered Edge have seen in a considerable amount of time. So good for Altered Edge. Unfortunate for 1620 fans out there. But this game would be a lot closer, Blue Panda, provided maybe we see some different strategy being brought in.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not particularly deep, but it doesn't need to be. You can get away with a lot off of frag and prowess alone. And speaking of frag and prowess, Hamio's on the hunt.
An interesting spawn peak, but no one from 1620 just there at the moment, unfortunately, as the shot's not quite connecting. And yeah, he's just going to sit there for a considerable amount of time, but there we go, Lonely, bringing the Monty, which we saw last week to be such a bane of 1620's existence. They managed to deal with it after a few times, but this is where I think things get spicy, Panda, as they bring it into their own lineup.
Yeah, I mean, a competent Shield player is an absolute menace in a comp environment. I mean, you just have to look at Kraken last year. Teams weren't willing to practice them because of Hunter and his Monty. So, if nothing else is a testament of its possibilities and frustrations, that is, I suppose. Malachi knows that there's Monty's here. You can see 60-20 Kings. I mean, they've made good timing. They're aggressively threatening this defensive lineup.
Yeah, they're making short work of this top floor hold right now, or at least the eastern side of it, as they make their way towards the office and start looking to get this wall open. Malachi really the only thing looking to sort of contest. They do have the cross available from Voon, as well as players inside of control, but 1620, they've been so thorough with their drone work, so thorough with their clearing elsewhere, that they've just been able to shut down so much of Altered Edge's maneuverability. So whether or not they can keep that up, a different question.
Oh, this angle from Machine. Altered Zelios have to be careful. The last thing you want to do is back into that line that he's holding. Goes for the shot, spots the head, damage down, but not enough for the kill.
Unfortunate. It really is, Machine. 14 kills for him, looking for some more. Lamonti still stuck on this doorway, but Voon holding a great crossfire here. Hamio the first to concede damage, and Altered Edge now start to make their way back to the site to try and hide from 1620, but Machine will find Voon. It all starts to fall apart here for 1620. 45 seconds. Sorry, for Altered Edge, 1620. Not doing too well. No, do have nano boosts available to get the res off, but Chef will be confirmed by Hanmyo. 30 seconds left. Plenty of time for both sides, but 1620 on the health side looking a lot better.
Malachi, drone out in front of him, goes for the shots, but not to be. KJ is off on his own, sending up claymores right now, but Machine, he's good for a 16th.
Oh.
20 seconds left, they've got to push in here.
He's got the down, not the confirmation though. Malachi to take Machine out. It is going to be the last two, the Smoke and the Malusi. The last few hopes has the repel sound in. He's going to win the gunfight. A lot of damage taken. The Monty makes his way in. Tester and Lonely all up. The bomb to go down. The cover needs to be there, but the bomb yet to be going down. Tester now planting. Malachi needs to find the diffuser. Has to walk on in. Can he take out the planter? No, the shot's not connecting. Somehow he needed to commit to the swing, but just wouldn't dare. The Monty there to close it out. Altered Edge. The biggest of fumbles, but so close to 1620. I mean, why would you not have the Monty planting? It doesn't matter. They got the round and secure themselves match point.
Oh boy, Tester is clenching right now. But that is the power of the team dynamic. Having faith in your teammates and a roster that has been largely unchanged since the beginning of Stage 1. And I mean, that's the team. They have confidence that their teammates will back them up. It's the 1620 Kings. It's something that they've been preaching for a long, long time. And look at it, Machine. 17 and 4. A plus 13 right now.
Sheesh. That's insane. Big kills from him. And I mean, 1620 really putting the work in, just enabling him to go for it. I mean, we see him just walking in, finding 3. Doing huge things for 1620 right now. Altered Edge yet to really do too much to shut him down. He's died 4 times out of the 8 rounds played, this being the 9th Panda. And I mean, for Altered Edge, it's not good. They've only converted 2. So, Machine, right now, arguably in one of the big win conditions for 1620 rounds. I mean, just putting in the amount of kills that he is, Altered Edge really should be looking to shut him down on the regular.
I mean, what, 1 more kill and he's averaging 2 KPR, which, I mean, is a stat few players managed to stake a claim to. Well, given that they are on map point, I wouldn't be surprised if they do manage to close it out here. Even, maybe not in a dissimilar way to that last round, but still.
Oh, this player at Top Dragon could have done big work. The jump out might be here if Machine isn't careful. The nade in the bathroom is good though. Malachi there to collect. What a throw from Machine. The jump out just not there. I mean, Voon could have done big damage, but ultimately just not looking to commit to it whatsoever, and that is going to cost the Machine 18 and 4 now as he finds another in the opening seconds of what could possibly be the last round for Altered Edge.
If Machine aces here, he sets a new Oceanic Challenger League kill record. Previously held by Tester at 21. So, eyes out for that one. And there we go.
Oh.
3 more. 3 more.
We could be on.
It looks like they're going for it. Everything seems to be that they're droning out for him.
They have to be, right? Like, they have to be just giving him all the information in the world. Hamio downstairs. The info, it must be known, right? Machine has the info. The yellow ping is there. He just has to win the fight now as he peeks on round. No! Hamio there finds the kill on the Machine. So no ace for him this round. 2 kills, though, is still pretty big. The Pulse will make it away for the moment and live to fight another day. Voon on yellow is going to be able to help him get back up towards the side, or at least attempt to cover for the cross. But Altered Edge, I mean, 2 kills down. 1620 still 4 strong and a Monty on the board. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah. Relocating, getting back up with the team, and you can see the positioning so far has been quite comfortable.
Okay. Pulse died. That good refrag. Can we exclamation point claim that one for Machine? Albeit Cloudfuller taken down. And yeah, look, Voon the last alive, given that he's already smoked his teammate. All he needs is 4 more kills for the ace. He will find 1. The bomb now going down. Tester getting that plant for the confirmation of that round. And with the Monty in play, Voon on low health. I mean, he has some information, but I don't think the hope is really there, unfortunately, for Altered Edge.
Surely Lonely drops the shield, right? Surely he drops the shield.
Surely. No?
That's a big kill on a KJ. Down to the 1 versus 2. Last time we were here, Altered Edge couldn't do it, but I mean, what's the plan? What's Voon got going on here?
Oh, Chef. GG's in chat. Voon kind of just lost as to where the last player is. I mean, with Lonely sort of just staring at you, he's going to opt for the stick, and there you go. Lonely with his 2nd kill on the Monty. Altered Edge, they hyped it up for the last 2 playdays, but when it came down to business, 16-20, the ones to get the job done at the end of the day. And fortunately for them, a very swift victory at that. What a way to close the night out for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, look, Machine, he's got big shoulders. I mean, you look at him, he's a big boy. He's got some power behind him. So no surprises that when needed, he can put the team on the shoulders and get the carry underway. A 7-2 victory over Altered Edge. And again, I think it comes back to that question at the start of the map. Was it a mistake to let 1620 Kings go back to Theme Park? Cthulhu, you come back and join us. I think we have our answer.
Yeah, look, I think this more so was just attributed to the fact that I think AE just looked to take this on to more so a factor of a kind of just a wow factor off Theme Park, but ultimately they kind of played themselves.
And look, Proto, before I head to you with my next topic, Cthulhu, there's something that we need to touch on. It's returning once again. The Namni curse in CL. He looks good outside of it, but as soon as he joins CL, the numbers don't add up.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a rough time for Namni. On paper, the man is an absolute beast. He can frag. He can do. He's basically the next Superman. But when it comes down to CL matches, maybe somebody just found a kryptonite, or maybe just somebody throwing a banana peel and he just slips up on the regular. Who knows at this point? But yeah, it looks something is definitely wrong, and something's definitely happening there in the mental department.
Proto, look, it was a big game. Theme Park kind of played out how we expected it, though.
Very much so. Very much so. I didn't doubt 1620 at all. It's been interesting to see how it sort of unfolded, making its way to the matchup in the first couple of play days. But ultimately, as I said, 1620, when it gets down to business, they get the job done. I mean, Machine with 19, I think, at the end, or something very close to that. I mean, Altered Edge stood no chance. 2 rounds, and let's be honest, 2 rounds that could have quite easily been 1620 rounds, Panda. And look, at the end of the day, it was a solid performance from them, and one that was arguably well-deserved.
And let's go have a chat with the man who led the team to victory, sitting squarely on Machine's shoulders and driving him by his hair, Chef Jeff. Oh, look, he's just been... Yeah, look, to be fair, that kind of sums up how the entire match went. You kind of just sat there while Machine did it all, didn't you?
Well, you know, I thought that the best play would be to just bait myself, get Machine in. I think that was on our first bunk attack there. I don't know how we won that, to be honest, but, you know, it's fine. Where we were kind of hesitant just to walk into a niche, and I was just like, yeah, because Machine was just standing on the control wall and just sitting there like, yeah, we're not really doing much. So I just walked in, he walked in behind me. I die, he gets kills, you know. It just works.
It just works, yeah. Look, whilst I was, you know, on the sidelines, you know, watching the matchup happen, Twitch chat as well erupted with a whole new, you know, alias for Machine, proclaiming he's the next clone of Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar, yeah, Brock Lesnar, yeah.
Well,
that's an accreditation to the owners of Circular Spheres. They are our good mates, and they are very creative. They've took a picture of Machine, took a picture of Brock Lesnar, put 2 and 2 together, and look at, just compare the pair, and you got Brock Lesnar. And his performance today is, I don't know, it's pretty solid.
That's some heft to it. Yeah.
That's enough Doritos
given the first 2 play days, that's enough Doritos. Given the first 2 play days and how things were panning out, we obviously saw a bit of banter back and forth coming into today. How much prac was done behind the scenes? I know it was talked about I know it was mentioned, but how much was really done coming into today's match?
Yeah. So actually, a lot. So AE is probably the most like read and thought out game that we've had. You watch week 1 they played. It's just a game they played. They made some mistakes. They work on those mistakes. They go week 2. They play X-Antic, what are they on? Get a Grip LFO. They took them back to the map they played. They hard counter-stratted, and they just tried to run directly against what they were doing. So our plan was, okay, we just ran Theme Park. We just ran a set of strats. Let's just change all the strats, change everything, and they're going to take us back with the expectation that we're going to do the same thing, and we're just not doing that because Salvo puts the time and effort into making strats for us. So we come up with those ideas. We work those ideas through scrims. We were yelling at each other all week as to what maps we were going to do, and it just ended back up on Theme Park. And, you know, we had a bit of a Theme Park warm-up against Dynasty last week. And they really hit us hard with, like, everything. So we kind of, like, knew what to expect. And I think, like, the one defense round we lost was... Did we lose one defense round? Yeah, we lost one defense round, one attack. The one defense was my bad. The one attack round is, I don't know, someone whiffed somewhere.
And obviously we've had the emergence of the magnificent new meme in the Challenger League. Chef Jeff is typing. Is that what you were typing up? Was the Altered Edge manifest? Because you guys read them like a book. It was. Look, just the counterplay upon counterplay. But Jeff, look, it's always a pleasure to have you in the interview booth. Anyone you'd like to shout out before we let you head off?
The boys working hard. 1620 Kings, love the org. Altered Edge, they can play a good game if they focus on themselves instead of trying to outplay the other team. So that's one piece of advice I'd give to them. But, you know, we're going to keep pushing forward into the next weeks. We got, I think, Nutty next week. We're just going to keep working forward. We've had 2 hard games in the first 2 weeks. Today was a bit of a relief for what we can expect maybe for a bit more down the line. Maybe we don't have like some of the best teams in the league in our games, i.e. circular spheres, just circular spheres. All good. Maybe next week we'll have another chat.
All right, get out of here, you menace. Go type something else in chat. We'll see you later, Jeff. Have a good one. We look forward to seeing you again next week. Gentlemen, well, look, I think he summed it up quite perfectly. Altered Edge spent too much time trying to play into the 1620 Kings game when they should have been playing their own.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, it definitely felt like just maybe a little bit too much thought went into that, and yeah, I mean we've seen kind of the odd emergence of that sort of pattern in just period with a lot of teams kind of moving on from, oh look, the next team is going to be very dangerous, very scary, we're going to try to play like or counter their play style. Instead, it's all now about your own mental, your own performance, and not getting too deep into that kind of that source. So look, it's good to see that at least that's now kind of being properly confirmed, I guess, by a number of people.
And look, yeah, it sort of spoke for itself, didn't it, really, Proto? That 1620 Kings, they play their game week in, week out. They're quite comfortable doing it. They understand the landscape. And, I mean, was there, again, really much doubt that they were going to pull out the dub here?
No doubt at all, in my mind at least, Panda, given what we've seen from both teams in the last couple of play days coming into today. 1620 were always the favourite, and in quick fashion, I definitely think a 7-2, 7-3 would have been what I would have picked if I'd been asked. But yeah, no real surprises whatsoever, unfortunately, for Altered Edge. It's back to the drawing board, I think, going into Playday number 4.
And, well, we've had 3 matches, which means there is only 1 to go. Of course, we're going to throw it to a break, but quickly, right now, Jeff is typing. Go check it out. We'll see you back soon.
Counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines, I know. Our last trip was ages ago. Ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo.
Coming back into it ahead of our final match of the evening, and we've got some good news. Brock Lesnar isn't real. You don't have to worry about him. It doesn't help that, Machine is also a New Zealander. But carrying on into the final match of the evening, gentlemen, Altered Zelios and Circular Spheres. It's going to be an interesting one, but we've had confirmation. A certain sphere is missing tonight.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, look, J-Paul will not be making an appearance tonight, which is rather unfortunate. In his stead, well, Ornami is making a return. The gamer that, look, had a whole lot of promise back in the day, but after the first Playday, kind of all crumbled apart. The dream turned into a nightmare. On the side of Altered Zelios, these are the 5 gamers that could very much bring that very same nightmare to them.
And look, Proto, Altered Zelios, a team renowned for thriving in the chaos. And, well, we know one particular member of this chaotic roster is a little bit more willing than others. Old Banana, he's kind of an unknown entity, but we see someone of a different creed joining the Altered Zelios roster tonight.
Yeah, look, either or, scary names coming into it, and to sort of touch back on Ben, I mean, if he's going to be bringing what we saw last week on Villa with that split strat, I think that Circular Spheres might be caught for a little bit of a spin tonight, given that they are missing part of the sphere. So, open minds, I think we should have going into this matchup, given that Circular Spheres might not be operating at full capacity, but Crimstar's still there, as well as Goofed. So, if Goombag and Ben can carry, Altered Zelios might be in for a good run.
Well, I got some bad news for the Circular Spheres. 5 sides as a pentagon, but we move on to our map vetoes as well to see where we're playing out. And we've had a lot of one map in particular. Luckily, we don't get it. So we've had 2 villas, a theme park, and now we head to a clubhouse. Cthulhu, back to basics.
Back to basics indeed. Yeah, look, I mean, Clubhouse has been, I believe, a dub house for Circular Spheres for a number of times. And it's one of those maps that, look, for Altered Zelios is not particularly the best map to go onto, given that it everyone basically played it, and we all know for Altered Zelios, the wider the map, the better, the more thorough that you have to get on the map, the better it will be. So, look, not particularly the most favorable chances here for AZ, but certainly they would take it, given that Ornami is playing for Circular Spheres.
And Prado, we're going to jump on into it. Unfortunately, you have to sit this one out as well. You get to sit back, enjoy, and listen to the typings and teachings of Chef Jeff. But give us your final thoughts. What are you thinking as we head into Clubhouse? How does this map play out?
As much as I would love to see Altered Zelios walk away with the dub, I do still think, given Spheres, given their finishing place in Stage 1 and where they currently sit in Stage 2, 7-5, if I had to guess, going on to a map that is back to basics. It's a comfort pick. It's definitely going to be looking like something Spheres can do some big work on.
Well, Cthulhu, we're going to jump on into the map, of course, in just a second. Proto, enjoy your break. We'll see you back after the map. Getting into this, Altered Zelios, a team that thrives in the chaos. They like to be that unexpected entity coming into it. Circular Spheres, a little bit more drilled, a little bit more disciplined in their play and approach to the game. But without Japer, how much does that impact this matchup?
There could be a few problematic moments. I definitely would say that for Circular Spheres, but they kind of shown us that it's not just, you know, a Japer show per se. It's a roster that can do some really almost wondrous things, even without some of their core players, albeit, again, a little bit more pressure now that it's not a full 5-core lineup, at least for tonight. But the players like Crimstar, players like Physics, could certainly put in the numbers rather easily. Now, Hibana ban. A ban that, you know, echoes kind of back a couple of seasons ago. Something that will be a bit more kind of normalized going into a map like Clubhouse. We know how important Hibana can be compared to somebody like even Ace, to somebody like a Thermite. So with her out of the equation plus Stature, things will have to get a little bit more creative for the attack.
Yeah, Thatcher, no surprises. Valkyrie, no surprises. I think we might hit the most meta bans we've had all night with this matchup right now in Clubhouse. I mean, honestly, this is about as basic ANZ as you could possibly get. Final ban there for Altered Zelios. Is it the Azami? Is it the Mirror? Is it the Cade even?
I mean, I could rate the Cade ban, but Mirror instead as well could be, well, not could be, it is a decent choice. Purely for the fact that she does make things a whole lot more difficult once you do get to some of the more later ends of the round. So with her out of the equation, whilst yes, Cade is going to be present, we still have, at this point in the current standpoint of meta as well, almost too many operators that can basically just lob a grenade and what Cade charge, basically.
Yeah, it's look, it's going to be interesting. Coming into this matchup, of course, the debut match for, well, not necessarily, sorry, not a debut match. He played last week, Dirty, coming into the competition. Like I said, different game, but we'll see how the aim translates, of course. Right now, we started off with a gym bedroom defense for the side of Altered Zelios, and so far, it's stock standard across the board.
Yeah, looking at the general lineup, slight expansion into CCTV and Cash as well. I mean, yeah, look, from Altered Zelios, this is almost feels counterintuitive, Panda, given that we so kind of grown accustomed to seeing that, hey, you know, Altered Zelios are the ones to, you know, spearhead the, I guess you could call it the innovation to a certain degree, or maybe madness for some other people, but definitely I'm curious to see whether it's just, this is going to be one of those matches where they kind of, look, you know, maybe we just can't have, you know, fun on this one. Maybe we just have to, you know, try to sweat it out. And obviously, Altered Zelios are very much capable of doing so. You have some amazing players like Trippin. I nearly said Ben, but glad I didn't, given that he just got fragged out by Goofed. But Rice as well. You know, we've memed about him being the person that, look, if he frags out that something is wrong for Altered Zelios, and for the most of it, it still kind of sometimes is. But he still managed to come to terms in his own kind of way.
Right now, Physics just shredding that wall with his hammer so they can set up for the Maverick trick, of course, from Geordie. Yeah, okay, look, we move on. he finally gets... Yeah, okay, there we go. He's coming to terms with it. He's fixed his issues. And the wall, a little bit longer than we would have liked, but you get the job done in the end.
As long as you get that sorted, that's pretty much a job well done. Gunbag, unfortunately for him, all he gets to do is just literally just watch the wall kind of get burned away. Meanwhile, there is actually a flank coming around, pistol out, Rice wants to get nasty with it.
There is one over towards the right on the back of the platform. Rice, oh, siege timing. Siege timing. He just pulled off it at the worst time. The Maverick trick has been successful. Dirty is, he's just chilling.
Yeah. All chilling, all calm and collected. Goofed. Just avoids Rice, but Trippin and Goombag do get fragged out rather quickly. Very quick collapse onto the side. Rice trying to make a play here, but getting literally sandwiched between so many opportunities for frags, and just could not handle the stress. There, Dirty is all that is left. Apart from well, his effort. Oh, nearly managed to actually nail a nice swing onto Onami as well. But for Circular Spheres, nice and snappy of a performance.
Look, obviously coming in from his previous title, and the aim is definitely going to be a boon. But look, that was kind of cookie cutter how we expect Circular Spheres to be attacking this. They play it by the book and they get it done. A little bit longer than they may have liked getting on the entry into the building, but it works nonetheless. Down to the basement though, we change things up. They don't want to be doubling down on the third side.
Not at all. Really wants to just keep on rolling. Can't really get yourself locked in too much into that one side, and I mean we've seen it, I believe, actually from AE last time. No, pardon me, that wasn't even AE. Pardon me, that was during the Operation League. I got to see one of the teams just keep on going for the same side.
It all just melds together.
It all melts
after
together
a certain point.
Yeah, look, all melts into the same amount of madness, regardless of that though. The Circular Spheres, I mean, you look at their lineup, it's all relatively self-explanatory. With the you have basically the soft breaches and the hard breaches covered, albeit if Jordy is being lost in the early stages, not the best kind of result, given that I believe only Physics will have the secondary hard breach device, which one would hope. Yeah, he does. Okay, so 2 people technically for hard breaching.
Well, the pulse coming into play is definitely going to be an interesting point of contention for Circular Spheres. 2 nitro cells backing up the one that Dirty has as well. If they can coordinate off the cardiac sensor, this is where that kitchen pressure starts to get a bit volatile.
Absolutely. For Ultrazilius as well, unnecessary pressure would be preferred to be avoided. You know what's actually weird to me, Panda? Ben hasn't even announced anything that he's cooking. Usually whenever he's cooking something, he's good for the frags, or like he doesn't even have any sort of oh my the timing of that one. Yeah, the cooking or eating, none of that. So Ben is going in with basically no resources for him. Trippin at least is able to hunt down Crimstar, so I suppose back-to-back kind of response. And yeah, Trippin just not feeling it really.
I think it's just gone midnight here in New Zealand, so I'd imagine Ben's already had his dinner, so he should be good to go. But look, it is what it is. You carry on moving forward. 2 picks, 1 apiece. Crimstar and Goonbag both going down, but you can already see Circular Spheres have done a great job. So far, Trippin does fall to Goof, who's pushing himself down into Moto. Has control of that church breach as well. Rice, he could be on for the flank, but no, it's Onami to take down Dirty. Rice, what a shot! Absolutely blows it away. Ben there for 1 as well. They know someone's coming towards Dirt. Rice, does he know he's getting too dangerously close? Geordie could swing at any moment, but no, tucked to the corner for now. Ben there above. They've got the support they need. Oh, Ben. That's defuse control.
Ben. Oh, that is big. Ben could actually shut this down rather promptly, but he has to hold on to it for a whopping minute. And that could be rather problematic. Already spotted the position. A lot of damage being dealt. Swing, re-swing, and Ben is down. Finished off as well rather promptly. Jordy very quick on his own prompt. But now comes a very interesting kind of possibility that Rice could really hold a long angle. Somebody wants to drop down the hatch, but Jordy is the one to spearhead the push, plus he has the diffuser. If that gets dropped, this is where the problems can start compounding. Timing is of the essence once again.
It's a dual drop, but he doesn't get shots onto either of them. Mouse one for Ornami. The pre-fires from Rice. He gives the game away, so they know where he's rotating through. Plant is down, so it's a 1 versus 2 actual right now. And Rice going for the rotate. He needs to find the angle onto one to provide that opening. He might have just found it onto Ornami. Spots it. No! Siege timing again. It is a cruel and ruthless mistress. He gets damage onto Geordie. Goes for the shots. Ornami out, and there's just too many guns to contend with. That is a soul-crushing way to lose the round.
Yeah, you can feel the frustration for Rice there because he had the window of opportunity to just absolutely get it. And a lot of those plays that he did, a lot of those rotations did actually work out at the end where he had the element of surprise. Just unfortunately, it was either the trigger discipline or just, look, unfortunate timings really at the end of it all. But as it stands, we could be seeing still a relatively good, at least, set of responses from Altazillas, given that they're getting that close. Trippin, unfortunately, catching a little bit of a shrapnel to the side. But
for the second round in a row.
Yeah. But, Panda, before we kind of move on any further, I want to say, look, I may have maybe spoken a little bit too early. Ornami, look, the person that I kind of grilled a little bit in the pregame, so far going pretty well overall. At least off the back of the 2 rounds.
If I remember correctly, I believe it's Geordie that was the sub. Ornami, I'm pretty sure, was main roster. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was Geordie that was...
Am I actually just this cooked? Hang on.
You've been sick. We'll give you this one. I could be wrong as well.
Geordie's listed as a core. Ornami is a sub, at least based on Wikipedia.
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, no, okay, you're right. You are right. It was Geordie last week. Interesting.
Okay, so
it's surprising. Yeah, you're not cooked. We're all we're all a little bit cooked on the inside, but yeah. Look, I'll just shut up.
Nah, no need to. We need your voice, Blue Panda. You're basically almost the voice of OCL at this point.
Oh god, that's not a claim that I want. My voice is atrocious. Get someone who has a good voice to do it. We'll sort out the semantics later. But right now, you can see Ornami hyping him up, justified right now. Given, you think back to like, what was it, Stage 3 last year? Amazing Playday 1, and then it all sort of crumbled. This is his first Playday. It could be amazing again.
Very much so. See how that will really all pan out. If the legend of Ornami will continue, or whether it will end at the conclusion of round 3. Frag grenade starting to fly in. Cade tricks are attempted to be done. Is there enough fuse time? No, and unfortunately not enough, and that's the Cade Claw completely lost in the thick of it. But now with the kitchen hatch popped open, the pressure from the dirt coming around, Zelios might be having a few more problems as that kind of the double-dimensional push may be a bit of too much to deal with.
Rice in the perfect position right now, holding from the toilets, that long angle onto the kitchen hallway. If someone pushes it, and never mind, he's dead. Well, no, I mean, he's just too cracked. He's got his shots on. Rice has had his one magnificent shot, and it's all downhill from here. Goon on AKs, knows that there's a player towards dirt tunnel. Geordie is just playing this safe. If they get diffuser control from this position, that would be huge. Goon for the swing. Big damage taken. Not nearly enough traded back. The nade forces Goon into Ornami's waiting hands. My god, he's on for the ace, but no. Dirty stolen away. Goofed and physics close the round out. Circular spheres. A flawless round for them.
Eesh. Oh man, that was a clinical performance. Yeah, look, maybe we were giving a little bit maybe too much of the credit here for Altazillas because Grimstar and Co. Circular Spheres, they are looking just stunning. And we were talking about this, they're currently contesting that first place with ex-Antic roster. Well, technically, they currently at the second place after Antic took a dub. But given the current dynamic, they are in to score another 3-pointer for themselves. The only thing that is currently separating Get a Grip LFO and Circular Spheres is a 3-round differential. So, say we wrap it all up in a 7-0, Circular spheres are back into, I believe, just a whole other myriad of tiebreaker rulings to get themselves for possibly the first place.
Yeah, look, Circular Spheres was always going to be that other team contesting top of the leaderboard with Antic, but now, obviously, Get a Grip, LFO. We kind of identified that even in the second week of play. Now, it looks like it's all but certain. Ultratelios, to be fair, still not out of this matchup. They've proven in the past that they can come back from a deficit.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Could make it work, could make it play. No, I shouldn't be really calling them out this early. Ultratelios is very much well known for some of the rather more creative ways. Rice is running a rather interesting sight setup. I believe the Reflex C on the Spear 308 does look rather boxy. Let's call it that.
Don't you judge him for his attachment preferences. Goonbag with a Nitro waiting for the lower angle. Ben dead already, unfortunately, in this round. And this is something that we've seen out of Ultratelios in the past. They have moments of miracles. They have some of the most stunning moments we've seen in this competition, and then they just fall flat on others. And unfortunately, it feels like that compounded with the fact that Circular Sphere is one of the best teams in this competition might spell disaster.
Yeah, well, the moment it's looking like a little bit of a calm before the storm, given that Ben just got fragged out and goofed in hopes of finding a cheeky frag grenade from down below. Well, unfortunately for himself, won't be landing anything really, but the fact that right now, Ultratelios is all spread out quite thin, oh my lord, yeah, Rice is basically on the last bit of just HP. Jordy wanting to find some sort of a frag, but instead just Goof just takes away that sort of opportunity. All leaving down to Trippin and Dirty, well, he does get dirty with some of those frags.
Again, it's in the name, almost finds physics as well, but Trippin might have to change his name to Stumbling right now, because that was an absolute run over from the Circular Spheres. 4-0 currently.
That's rather unfortunate there. 4-0. If we thought that K16 were handing out the spanking to AE, this one looks like an even bigger spanking. Ultratelios is trying to make it a play for fun, and all the kudos to them for attempting to make, you know, all the funky and all the cool setups. Unfortunately, they are currently versing what technically a usual, you know, casual gamer will call a colossal sweat stack. So for Circular Spheres though, it's a good day. It's a good time to grab themselves another win. Whereas Ultratelios, well, bad luck so far. Let's just call it that.
Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong at all. I mean, you look at the numbers across the board. So far, it's Dirty that has found the major investment in frags. Similar position to that last map where Machine had half the team's kills. Now it's Dirty, and that's not for the right reasons.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. Look,
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
keen to see what could be sorted here for Ultratelios' next one. Apart from that, look, it's a bit of a calmer one. For Ultratelios, they keep on doing basically the same thing, it's just changing who, or rather what operator plays around the same positions. Trippin now donning the role of a zombie player, could be able to, you know, play for some rather more annoying plays, well, that is annoying to the other team. And instead decides to opt into a little bit more of a, you know, basic play. Physics having a bit of a, I don't know, he's acting up.
He's been trying to teach his Selma's new tricks. Unfortunately, they can't just walk themselves through a drone hole. You've got to clear it out. And I think it was that communication, like, Krim, come on, there's some mute jammers here. Can you throw a nade for me, dude? So I don't know if that was communicated. Ben, or this angle. If he can find something from here, that would be huge. But you can see Circular Spheres not revealing too much.
Yeah, oh, already the zombie barriers are coming to fruition. Jordy does get a nice cheeky ping as well. Ben, though. He gets to frag out Physics, the player who has been on a few occasions able to frag out, but Goofed as well strikes back. Back and forth so far trades, it seems.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Dirty and Ben holding fast right now. It's all Goofed alone, but he's got 2 nano boosts to play with, a minute 25 on the clock, and a big gun. So he might just be able to pull this one off. He's pre-firing everything. He's probably going to be forced to reload at some point. Player top red, player in the rafters. Player in rafters is low. And with those shots in the D50, Trippin will give his position away. Dirty, if he gets the headshot here, it'd be huge. The jiggle, shots onto the shoulder, but he ducks himself out of danger. Dirty is playing this phenomenally right now, just baiting Goofed and wasting his time. Big shots from Ben from above, playing the vert angles. It's just chip here and there, trying to frustrate and confound. And Dirty is, I mean, this is some real discipline.
Absolutely, yeah, look, finally showing some restraint in some of the swings, that is, but certainly showing that he's also a very able gamer. Looking to pick up the frags, and to a certain degree, it is Altadelius and Dirty as well, kind of paying almost respect to their opponents, making sure that, you know, look, we know that each one of them are scary, and each one of them could basically turn the whole situation upside down. So, we're not going to aggress, we're just going to chill, play our roles, and just do our due diligence. And so far, it's been working rather perfectly here, really. Well, at least in terms of round number 5. All the previous rounds, they were attempting to find ways of just how to essentially make it, you know, a funny haha kind of matchup, but instead it's all just has to be a little bit more serious in terms of the actual play.
Funny haha, not funny boo-hoo.
Yeah, basically.
But, I mean, look, it's a round. I suppose it's a somewhere to start. But if they really want a chance, they really want an in on this map, they need to win this one as well. They go back to where it all kicked off, Cthulhu. We're back to Gym Bedroom, and it was a messy defense.
Messy defense indeed. Certainly look to try to maybe do something out of norm, out of the usual, with a little bit more of a conventional kind of setup, but unfortunately for them back then, it didn't really bring a whole lot of success. Introducing Frost to this one does make, to a certain degree, some sense, but it's more so a precaution to force either the attack to drain some extra bits of utility, or to play for that sort of Frost mat closer to the end of the time of the round. So, yeah. Certainly opportunities could very much arise from this one, but for Altadelius, it is still looking to be a rather rocky road, but I say that Rice could rock someone's road as well here.
We'll have to see. Right now, the setup for the last defensive round of Altadelius is in place, and they're just going to hope like hell that it's enough to see them over. Look at this spread. Ben off, down, and Armory. You've got Rice over towards Strip. They are spreading themselves wide to cast that net.
Oh, yeah. It's good to see, though, that they're trying, you know, a variety of different ways of how to approach the same team, albeit something that probably should have been attempted to be done in the scrims rather than officials, but we take it here. And it's something that needs to be highlighted as well. Altered Edge are a roster that does quite occasionally bring the, for the lack of a better word, innovation to playing the game, to playing their setups, and ooh, Banana could do something rather funny.
Goon wanting to get aggressive on that Jacuzzi breach right now. Can't go for the Nitro play, unfortunately. Now he can, but they've dealt with that Saria gate. But it was going to be a dicey affair. Nade in play. They want to clear this bathroom position out. They're going to have a hard time doing it, though.
Absolutely Dirty as well, sitting around the cash room. He's shown a whole lot of restraint and just going and full sending it like the rest of the team occasionally does. Goof taking quite a fair bit of damage, but decides to flex the big box magazine, and well, indeed, he will be able to nail a nice headshot as well into Rice. Frag grenade out won't be enough to force Goonbag, but instead it's going to be Crimstar, and Banana as well gets to tickle a little bit from the garage. But amidst all of that chaos, Physics already managed to find out yet another frag. It is just all falling apart. A 5-1 certainly is looking to be upon us, Panda.
Attackers are activating the
Van the last alive. He's going to find Geordie to deny the flawless, but Onami there hot on his heels. Bags a 5th round and a 5-1 half to boot. Circular Spheres looking to do this in record time.
Yeah, absolutely. Circular Sphere certainly looking quite nice, but Jordy back at it again with the banana references and
Wait, hold on.
No way. No. That's bait. That's surely a bait. And then the man is gaming with a controller. No way. I mean, well played.
I'm assuming that's dirty because that's not a face that I'm familiar with. He's farming. Like he's only got 4 kills, but when the top scorer on your team has 5, that's relatively
You
fun.
take that, yeah. You take those absolutely, Panda. Look, outside of Circular Spheres though, it's good to see that, you know, Onami being the second one on the leaderboard by the frags behind Goofed. Certainly has been putting in the numbers and putting in the effort, so back into the swing of things as he gets to encounter a wild floating Malusi. You know, that's been a relatively long-lasting one. The spot where you get to see a wild UFO almost. But looking at the lineup, the only thing that really stands out to me, Panda, Crimstar, bringing out the Oryx for a little bit of flexibility, but we haven't really seen Oryx to be used the way, at least, how the devs, per se, intended him to be.
Onami. Not using Malusi the way it was intended either, but you make do with what you can. Goofed. 9-3 for himself right now, leading the frags in the lobby, a 3.0 KD. He's hitting some rippers today. And look, I get the feeling Altazelios may not be much longer for this match.
Definitely doesn't look like it. I've seen a number of times when, you know, teams have the highest of the highs and lows on the lows. It definitely feels like Altazelios are certainly having one of those lowest of the lows moment, and whilst it is quite unfortunate, it's important for us to see those as well, to get a good gauge of how things are certainly looking. Crimstar, meanwhile, nails. I absolutely crack her of a shot on Sir Benton.
Well, unfortunately, that is also your 2 LMGs off the board, not to mention your Zofia for utility clear and your Finker for some longevity in the map. Rice is there close, but Geordie finds him. Bit of a freebie, and he's going to stretch out those hamstrings before finishing the job. Trippin and Goonbag, the last 2 alive, and collectively, unfortunately, they are 1 and 11.
Yeah, well, make it
2 and 11.
2 and 11. Very nice, very nice. Keep up ramping up the scoreline. Well, 2 and 12. We'll make it 3 and 12. Moment, no, doesn't look like it. Goonbag, unfortunately, just having a bit of a rough day today. Will be, well, falling once again. And yeah, look, a stunner of a celebration there on one of the Circular Spheres players.
Maverick going hard right now. And by Maverick,
Pretty sure that's goofed.
No, it must be. He's
Pretty sure that's goofed.
Of course it is.
yeah.
Hey, he's top of the leaderboard for his team, or he was, and he's pulling that off.
I'm
Respect.
genuinely curious though, like if the man is actually playing on a controller.
Man's about to be the first pro league player in how long on controller?
If that is the case though, I mean that is some snappy performance on the controller out of all the things. But we'll have to wait and see and ask, because given the general trajectory, we're about maybe 1 or 2 more rounds away from seeing the victory of Circular Spheres, but that would mark us with a rather quick Playday, Panda. I mean, we've had already a 7-3 of X-Antic versus Big Dogs, Dynasty 7-3 to Nutty Gaming, Kings 7-2 to AE, and Spheres are about to possibly even 7-1. So we went for a descending order of things, I suppose.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, 1 round would do it.
Attackers must locate.
Can we get a bit? Yeah, can we get a bit of goof? I just want confirmation that we are seeing controller play, because some of those movements, I think he might be a bit disingenuous right now. Physics, oh, this could be a bait and a half. He was on the secrets window, not to be, not to be. It was all a bait.
All a bait indeed. Physics, meanwhile, too. Jiggle between the blue window and the garage. With the MPX, the laser beam that it is, could certainly contest a number of those very tight angles. Breach starting to come around, and well, already scouted for his position. Physics, he will be known, but oh my lord, that is a stupidly good angle. What? No way. No way.
Oh, almost. Crib will find the first, though. That's Ben down. The Finker off the board. Again, unfortunately. A rough run of being Finker in the Challenger League as of late. I think that was a drone clear attempt from Ornami. Whether it was successful or not, we will have to wait and see. Goofed holding the Logi hatch. Trip and falls. Geordie with the older 5. Outside! That was a jump out. That was an older 5.56 jump out maneuver for a big kill.
All right. We do get a little bit of a jump out experience here as well. Gunbag. Well, Gunbag is finally on the board. After 7 rounds, the man is able to find a frag, but that's only one that he's going to be allowed by Geordie. The rest of the team is, well, Rice, and Dirty. And all that is left to try to hold Ultrazelius afloat, but that doesn't look to be for long, really, given the sheer just aggression, the sheer mechanical play that Circular Spheres ended up bringing in.
And it's worth remembering. Geordie, formerly of Exto, now Ludovica as well. So he was a part of that team that is now currently contesting for APAC South promotion at the end of the year. So, I mean, he's had some big experience, and from what I understand, he's still good friends with the guys. Nade from below from Rice. Can he connect onto the feet? Yes, he can, but not in enough of a way to find a kill. Diffuser out on the roof from the looks of things. Dirty, dead, goofed. And it's Rice alone, Cthulhu. 1 man versus 4. And, well, no, it's a trade. Geordie takes that. What a shot, and goofed. He's just going to sit there. Whether it's controller in hand or not, it looks like it. Either way, if the switch is happening, he is making it look. Oh, look at that, Geordie. The banana boat. They've all got controllers.
Controller gang. Let's go. Oh, man. I
I'm
wish to
sensing
have
a bait and switch.
I wish to one day match the energy that Goof is pumping out. That is admirable.
7-1 victory for Circular Spheres, and that should be enough to propel them towards the top of the leaderboard with the round differential alone. Proto, welcome back. What did you make of the speed run of Clubhouse?
I was gonna say I didn't even realize that it was over that quick. It was over that quick. Circular Spheres, a very short work, I think, is the word we'll use there of Altered Zelios. I mean, 1 round. Yeah, I was expecting maybe a little bit more, I think, coming into that. But Circular Spheres, even without Japer, doing business.
Yeah, look. Unfortunately, Cthulhu, we've seen this trend play out time and time again. Ultratelios has some amazing matches, but they have some awful ones as well.
Yeah, look, it's quite a shame to see Ultrazelius to go down the way they did this time. But given that it is Clubhouse, given that it was against Circular Spheres, it was very much expected to a certain degree. You know, we all know that AZ will thrive on the maps that are barely played. Theme Park, I wouldn't even dare to say if they ever went to Skyscraper, they could absolutely do some rather silly things and be able to run away with them rather well.
Well, speaking of runaway, unfortunately, our interviewee won't be able to run away from the question. Goof joining us in the booth. Now, look,
lads,
keep it 100, Goose. Right now, were you playing controllers or what? You made it look convincing, but I'm
we
a
were
little
all
bit
on
sus.
controllers. I think we were all on controllers the whole game. Nah, I'm joking. Nah. Yeah, serious note. Was a good game. We thought they would probably bring a bit more, but look, I love the boys at AZ and shout out to them for coming in and playing today. But yeah, we took the dub today.
Dub. Look, nice and snappy as well. Look, looking at the Playday 4, for you guys, you're getting X-Antic, a roster that you are currently actually battling for the first place on a leaderboard. Given their recent performances, thoughts on them or regular day?
They're looking deadly. they're looking deadly. I heard as well that Karma's coming in next week, so we'll see how he goes. But definitely a team we're looking out for. We're not sure if we should, don't worry about Jappa. Keep Anami in. He's gunning. Keep him in. We don't need Jappa. Keep that 5. But that team's looking really strong, and we're hoping it's a good game, and hopefully it's close.
Well, speaking on Jappa's absence, obviously you guys look pretty good without him regardless tonight. Is, as you said, keep the 5. I mean, is that something that you're looking to maybe even, I mean, I joke, but go forward with?
We're looking to bring the best we can. We have been looking at these teams, and we're not counting anyone out. We think everyone's a good competitor, and some people are just having a rough time right now with lagging and all this other stuff, and obviously the new roster changes. But new roster changes. I just want to shout out to the people who had their debut today. They did really well. It's good to see new faces in here. It's lovely. Celia and Officer Lin, yeah. Well
And look, Goofed, I really enjoyed your movie the other day. I went and checked it out. Seeing you back with Maverick and having all that fun up in the sky. But look, before we let you head up, all seriousness, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
I want to shout out the casters, obviously. Lovely job today, guys. Well done. Obviously, Altered Zelios played well. Probably wasn't the best that they could have played. We'll see more of them in the future. It was definitely an off day, but hopefully they start getting some more W's. Also want to shout out the AE boys. They put in some work for us. They told us, you got to beat these AZ boys. And don't worry, we beat them for them. And yeah, we had a couple teabags in there. Just some redemption for life and for the NTE boys. So helping out every team here and try to do the best we can.
All right, we'll let you head off and celebrate the victory, Goof. We look forward to seeing you back again potentially next week. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, boys. Enjoy night.
Gentlemen, it brings us to the end. Of course, finally, we had a couple of play days where we were absent and sick, and we get through it in the end, all healthy and happy. Maybe not so much our teams, but we were. It made for a great day. Honestly, there was some big Siege play today, Cthulhu.
Absolutely, and definitely enjoyed it. All despite some of the shorter score lines that we did end up getting. But look, the big takeaway for myself here is that for Get a Grip, aka X Antic, this Playday very much solidifies them that they are a team that is looking to now push even further. They are a very scary roster that could do a lot. Seely's performance here has been very promising, and well, now maybe it's time for gaming here for Dynasty.
And Proto, a rather quick evening here in Playday number 3. Nothing further than a 7-3.
Yeah, look, I mean, coming into this, I maybe wasn't expecting all of those games to be as quick as they were. But, a quick game is a good game, as you sometimes hear. But, yeah, Get a Grip, Big Dogs. I was definitely expecting that to be maybe a little bit longer than it was. But at the end of the day, I mean, you can't really complain. Quick games across the board. Everyone's happy.
Yeah, look, I definitely can tell you I enjoyed our games thoroughly tonight, regardless of how quick some of them were. But, I mean, it really does set us up for that run towards the end of the stage. Cthulhu, Get a Grip, and Circulus here is quite clearly the front runners here.
Absolutely. I'm definitely quite keen as well for all the next play days to happen, because now we're starting to get into the bit of half end of the season where each and one of the victories will very much be important, and with the standings like this, I mean, you can't really afford dropping any sort of losses. I mean, you look at the rosters like 1620 Kings and Dynasty, they off the back of their own performances managed to propel themselves by 3 positions.
Well, I mean, look at it there, Proto. Top 2 places, Circular Spheres and Get a Grip clear by 4 points. And then all the way down in the bottom of the leaderboard, Altered Edge still need 2 wins to even potentially surpass Big Dogs. That's kind of big.
Yeah, that's very big. And Big Dogs, I mean, provided they can find some more wins in the next couple of play days, obviously will cement them slightly better positions on the leaderboard. But yeah, Altered Edge are really going to have to put the work in going forward in the next play day if they don't want to lock themselves in for the bottom spot, because unfortunately it's becoming a closer reality for them after the end of play day number 3.
And I mean, look, that race at the top of the leaderboard, Cthulhu, is really heating up. We've seen both teams bring out some big matches who do you think has the edge coming to their head-to-head brawl eventually?
Look, between Get a Grip and Circular Spheres, it's rather difficult one to say because I mean you look on the side of Get a Grip, it's a team that has managed to organize themselves in a really nice chemistry. They have a really good coordination. They have the players that could perform, but then occasionally you get a few, you know, trolling moments, like i.e. the, you know, Owens play with the shotgun around where I believe it was Officer Ling that farmed them up, and then we've seen a 5v2 turn into a win for ex-Antic roster. So it's those kind of moments where they allow sometimes, you know, momentum to slip away. Whereas on the side of Circular Spheres, whilst sometimes it may not be as, you know, big brain chemistry cohesion as ex-Antic brought to us, each and one of them can perform, and that is a very big boon, because meaning that say they build a strat around something, if one of them falls, the rest can still pick up the slack very easily.
And of course, that big match coming next week, of course, Proto Antic versus the Circular Spheres. I mean, it's promising to be a big one. Do you reckon maybe, just maybe, it might be a blowout given all the hype we've put into it?
There's always a possibility. Obviously, when it comes to game day, a lot of different things can happen. There's, you know, not enough prep, etc., etc., etc. So it will be how much work these teams put in the off week now going forward into that next Playday, because they're the top two contenders right now. If they're not coming into the Playday prepared for what the other team is bringing, then they probably deserve to be sent home. But at the end of the day, both of them, I'd imagine, are going to look pretty good next week.
Well, that does us here in Playday 3 of the Oceanic Challenge League. Come back next week for that heater match that we're promising is going to be a big one. Get a Grip LFO taking on the Circular Spheres to decide who takes top at the end of Playday number 4. Cthulhu Proto, that's all from us. We'll see you guys next Tuesday.
Haters get me singing like. Haters get me singing like. You a hater, you a hater, you a hater, hater, hater.